Yeah,
here.
he's not messing about now.
We're live.
Woohoo!
Hi, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Yo. Cheers. In with my double hopped IPA.
I don't have any beer yet, but I'm hoping that Steph, who is on the way and should be here
Yeah.
soon,
We'll bring some. Didn't
We'll
she
have
sort of buy some for the last time and never got round to pitching up?
Yeah,
so.
she said she never actually got any beer.
Ah,
She was lying. She was fibbing.
she does that all the time.
Yeah,
Right. I haven't heard
tease.
Mohammed, so that's going to be news. Rob, B29. So, did you do any feedback, Jeff?
We did.
with,
We did 13A, 14, and 15. So I'll move those three.
Okay.
Wait, is there one of those Liz, that
the
we
one,
decided we
the
were
one, the Tom one, whichever Tom. What was the Tom?
Yeah,
the
13A.
13A one. We thought Nick might want to comment on because
Yeah.
that was the fighter jets around Hawaii.
F-22s were scrambled in Hawaii, and nobody can figure out why. I mean, I don't know.
I've got nothing to say, really. What can you say? If they don't
nothing.
say
Like
why
what
they
we
were
had,
scrambled.
like what we said. Nothing.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know.
I mean, it's interesting to know
Hi, Mike.
that they were something there, but I don't know. What do you? There's nothing really more to add to it, quite honestly.
Okay, so let me move these then.
Because I did read that one.
Post edit.
Just let Poppy say hello. Hi, everybody. Here's Poppy.
Oh,
there's
hi, Poppy. When's her birthday coming up?
August 11th. She'll be a year old.
Wow, not long to go.
No, I know.
Have you got a special, party organised?
Not yet. I'll just be home from the cottage, so we might have a celebration up north when we're up north.
All right, okay.
This will be her first time up north, so it'll be interesting.
Oh, she'll love it up there.
It'll be
Thank you,
interesting.
Maverick Goose. I don't think that's his real name.
No, I'm
Says
sure
everybody's
it
coming
is.
in 5 by 5.
Yeah.
Well, maybe his parents were big fans of Top Gun.
Yeah, I think you're
Possible.
right. Do we have to do number 11?
Do we have to do number 11? Or
Don't have to do
we have to
anything.
do? What does 11 say?
Oh,
Yeah, I don't really care. I don't. No.
well, I'm sure we could do it, but I'm just.
No,
going-
I don't think it's. I really don't feel like we need to do it. I didn't. Put
Oh,
it
I
in there.
kind of like that one.
Well, I'm sure there
Why?
are some people out there that will. They've got all
It's just kind of
teary.
sentimental and oh, you tough old pilots, you.
Yeah, I'm going.
cares?
Yeah, so what?
I left a
Just
note.
fly
in,
the damned airplane.
In an
Stop messing
88,
about.
and they destroyed my note along with the airplane.
Fine.
There you go.
That's more sad, I think, and poignant.
I think it is. I should do a whole plane tale about it. I need
Please
to do
do.
the most emotional plane tale about
You want to
that.
pluck at our heartstrings? Okay.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right.
Oh,
Fine.
Having said
Yes, I
that,
can. No, we can leave it in there. We'll leave
Hey,
it. Don't
hey, everybody!
We'll
Do you
leave it in
notice
there
how
for
they
the
wait till
producer.
like 5 minutes before the show to do some editing here?
yeah. that's
Yeah, who
true.
put this crap in this notebook?
My staff
I'd like
did.
to know.
Because yeah,
Hello? Wait,
you
is
know,
somebody
have a
knocking on
wait.
the door?
I think you should rein in your staff a little bit.
Right.
Are you knocking at the door? No. What is that noise? Hey, stop it. I know that's you. I know that's you, Nick. Hey, if you're wondering what's going on, so are we.
Yes.
We are
Always.
awaiting Steph's arrival here at the hotel studio in downtown.
Kakalaki.
Oh, shoot, I need to plug that in. I'm glad I did that.
Ow! Something went crackle in my ears.
But you're in North. But you're in
In
North
Charlotte.
Kakalaki.
Charlotte, North.
She's
Yeah.
usually in South Kakalaki, so you've come
Yeah, well,
across
she
the
lives in
border.
South Kakalaki,
know.
but she did cross the border, apparently. Yeah, so anyway, and the important thing about this is not because of Steph, it's because she's bringing beer.
Yeah.
That's why it's important that we wait. And then at some point, we're going to, the hotel restaurant, I think I've mentioned before, for those of you who are into the food channel, Food Network. Oh, by the way, James and Austin and
I sent them the
anybody
link.
else. Oh, okay. Yeah, come. Oh, I see. He did. Hello, Austin. Now you're in the YouTube chat. Anyway, this hotel restaurant, the Chef Luca, has been on the show on the Food Network. Chopped. He's a Chopped champion, and he's the chef here. And I've always wanted to eat at this restaurant, and I was hoping to eat there a couple of days ago, but it's only open for room service. So what our plan is to drink beer and order some room service. So I keep
and do a podcast
on the edge of this bed.
And do
in
a
the
podcast.
middle of the show.
Oh, and do a podcast. Yes, you're right.
Okay.
At the same time, multitask. Mm-hmm. Maybe we'll wait try to time it so that we can order it, and then by the time it is delivered, it'll be the segment where that we did yesterday with Rick and myself.
Sounds good.
Right.
Yeah. That's another
I
thing
see
need to
Main
tell
Man Micah. I see Austin Bowman, second shot man. Good to see. Robert in Germany says it's late. I have to agree.
Why? Is he trying to tell me that we need to get this thing going? Is that what he's saying?
I think that was the hint.
Yeah. No, he's got a smiley face.
Okay.
Early, it's
No, he said it got
22:34.
well.
Smiley face. James.
But you know what? Tonight here in Toronto is the first night that the sun will set after 9 o'clock. That, of course, that only lasts for about a week or two, and then it's going to start going back the other way,
Oh,
Well,
right,
wouldn't it last
okay.
until the summer solstice?
which is Monday.
Oh, is it?
Monday's the 21st.
That told you,
What the heck
Captain.
am I thinking? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it would be the answer. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
that
right,
would.
Jeff.
Exactly right. Yeah.
You idiot.
I remember, we can get quite a long way north here in the United Kingdom. So it was middle of summer, and we just deployed up to northern Scotland for a bolt hole because our runway was being ripped up. And we landed in off a night flight, and we went to what they call the Bothy Bar, because the normal bar shuts in normal sort of bar hours. But they have a 24-hour bar at this base because
Nice.
it was a maritime reconnaissance base, Nimrods, and those guys fly all the hours, you know.
Yep.
And when they come in, they want a beer after a long mission. So they had a bar that was available to them. Anyway, we land off this night flight, and my navigator and the other crew, we're all sitting there, and my nav, the ancient and venerable Tony Bound, says, "Tell you what, Nick, we'll just have a few beers. We'll just drink until the sun goes down." And I said, "Yeah, that's okay. That's a good idea." So, and when I say night flight, of course, it wasn't really night because it was twilight the whole trip. Anyway, we sat down and I watched the sun, and we had beer after beer after beer. And of course, it never went below the dome horizon.
No.
The first time you see that is weird.
It is weird.
And
It is
eventually, the sun started to come back up again. And I'm going, hang on a minute, you guys are
I'm not
pulling
that
a
drunk.
fast one. Yeah, exactly right.
But the converse of that is just sounds like hell to me. Being dark for so long in the wintertime, I would hate that so much.
Yeah. Poor Jilly gets really, really
Me too. I've got the
miserable
sad thing.
in the
Yeah, me
winter
too.
months. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. I don't like it.
So I think the idea is to take a holiday in the winter and go and hit the sun. Oh, yes.
So just a moment ago, you said
Said-
you were talking about these people, and then you said Nimrods.
Yeah.
And over here,
I never
when you
knew
call
that.
a person regarded as silly, foolish, or stupid, a silly, foolish person, an idiot.
It's a Nimrod.
That's what a Nimrod means over here in America.
Well, I know. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So it's always so funny when you talk about the aircraft Nimrod.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're
Foolish,
calling
stupid
somebody
airplanes.
a name.
It's
Stupid
also
airplane.
a famous piece of music by Sir Edward Elgar, Nimrod,
Oh, that's a
which is a beautiful.
tearjerker.
I know. I love. Oh, you can play
absolutely.
that when you do your tearjerker plane tail.
Oh, I shall. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
If I can find a non-copyrighted sort of
Yeah, exactly.
version.
Good luck with that.
But we get it all the time here at funerals and things, and it's
Don't they
one
play it
piece
on,
of music.
on Remembrance Day usually, do you?
Yeah, that too.
At the cenotaph?
Yeah, Yeah, the people. It is just such an emotional piece of music.
I know
It's
it's
dreadful.
but it's a beautiful piece. I do love
It
it.
is absolutely. Yeah.
It's part of the what variations? The
Elgar
oh my God,
variation. Oh, all right, look it up.
I am
Brandenburg
no.
variations or something.
No, he built the gate in Berlin.
And at the same time, composing really
Yes.
The
wonderful.
He was-
the Enigma variation.
There you go. Thank you. So who
that's
composed it?
Sir Edward Elgar.
Yeah, it was Elgar. Okay.
Anyway.
Nice. Demery has just sent me a message.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Well, thanks. At home watching TV instead of APG. How's it going, Slick? Right. Well, we have to be rude about Nigel.
Well, tell him
tonight.
what the hell is wrong with him.
Yeah.
He obviously has his priorities wrong.
WTF is wrong with you, says Captain Jeff.
Yeah.
James, I've had 0 reroutes on this week's trip. It's been great. The weather has been fantastic.
Yeah, it's beautiful here too.
So
Lovely, lovely.
yeah, it's been good. Quite a difference from last week.
I tell you, it's going to be quite amusing in a few weeks because 2 of the characters I talked about in my recent logbook show are we all going to get together.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Right. DL?
Yes. DL and his lovely wife, Fee.
Yes, I met them.
And
I like DL. That's the identifier for Delta.
there you go.
DL.
He's the guy that's gone into local politics, correct, Nick?
He was a local politician for many
Right.
years. Whether he's still one, I don't know.
Right.
But
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Steph.
so you haven't had any reroutes? Yes. Well done, Jeff. Congratulations.
Steph. And
Well, not
Only
that
the
common.
only the one on the artwork from the last show. That's the only reroute this week, which was great.
What?
Yeah, enjoyed doing that.
What's that?
Oh, someone's Skyping you.
I don't understand why people call my Skype number.
Jeff looks a little frozen here. Is he frozen with you?
He is.
Yeah. Jeff. Hello, Jeff. Come in,
Hello.
Jeff. Oh, there
I
you
think
go.
I know
You're
why.
back. You're back again.
Oh, you know what happened there? It's because
What
I'm
happened there?
using my iPhone as my camera, and apparently when somebody calls my Skype number,
Oh, it freezes. Oh,
interrupts, freezes the camera. Did you were you able to hear me still?
Yeah, bits
Yeah.
of.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anywho,
We got as far as you saying, I don't know why people call.
yeah. I don't, because it's not something I don't tell anybody my number. And every time I've listened to any message that anybody has left, if they bother to, they're trying to get a hold of somebody else.
Right.
So Steph and I Monday night. I'm trying to think of these things I'm going to talk about in getting to know us. I'm going to be at Osh. Kosh.
Oh, you are going for sure?
Yep.
cool.
I talked to the guy about my RV rental,
Cool.
and I'm going to pick that up on Monday. And
Is
then
it-
I'll
is
be
it,
arriving.
Is it an LTV or whatever it's called?
It is. Yeah, it's a leisure
Yeah.
travel van, but it's not the same floor plan as the one that I've ordered.
Right.
And it's a little bit older. It's a 2014 model.
Cool, though. That's great.
And then sadly, I was just watching while I was setting everything up here, the latest podcast, RV podcast, RV Lifestyles podcast, whatever. And they had Dean on, Dean from
Yeah, Dean. Oh, I like
LTV.
Dean. Yeah.
Yeah,
The wild
he was
Canadian.
on. That was a segment, and talking about the availability of RVs and such, and some of these companies are saying 3 years.
Oh,
I hope that's not true. I want to get
I
mine
hope
before
not
I
for you.
retire.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so Osh RV. What else? There was something else I was going to mention, and I forgot this last time, even though I had it in my notes. I completely just skipped right over it. What is it called? The Pilot Network? Yeah, the Pilot Network interviewed
Oh yeah,
me
yeah, that podcast.
last month.
That was a good one. I
and,
listened to that.
Well, thank you. And they didn't
Well,
speed me up.
They didn't speed you up really fast.
No, they didn't. And so I actually sound like me, and not some crazy,
slow and deliberate and easygoing.
and wise. I'm sitting on the edge of the
Spinks feedback.
Captain
Good.
Jeff, are you renting the booze bus again?
No, I looked to see if that was available. That was a Class A diesel pusher that had lots of room and such, and it wasn't available. So I thought I'm going to rent an RV. It's a smaller Class C instead, and just to kind of get a feel for what it might be like when I actually get my Class C leisure travel van Unity.
I think that's great. Yeah. Little
Later
test
next
drive.
I'm not too. I just don't know how we're all going to fit in it, Jeff. That's my worry.
Well,
It's called a tent.
oh, Steph says 5 minutes, and that was at 4:23. So
Yeah. Well, so
Very,
much
very
for her
soon, I
estimate.
She should be.
Maybe she's stuck in
yes.
maybe she's stuck in the elevator.
well,
In the lift.
she might be, because you have to have a
Yes, the
key
lift.
to get to my floor.
I'm sure Steph will charm a key out of them.
You might have to
Yeah.
go down and escort her up.
That's what I'm
Then
planning
she'd be
on
your
doing, so
escort.
She's probably looking for
waiting
her wallet.
for her to. Yeah, she might be.
Not fair. Poor Steph.
I know.
Oh. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Anything else you want to? I guess you are just going to keep your own notes as far as what you want to talk about in the getting to know us segment, Nick.
I anything I wanted to talk about, I've stuck in.
Oh, okay.
It'll be a short segment.
Not a lot to talk about then.
Yeah, there you go.
What have I got to say?
He said, "Thanks to
Nothing's
Jonathan Keeling
happened.
for the subject of tonight's plain tale." That's it.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good thing to say.
That's good enough.
And the rest is I've been doing lots of bowling and I haven't lost anything yet. So
Excellent.
yeah, but this is still the early rounds of all these competitions.
He's
so-
on a winning streak.
and I'm bowling all right at the moment.
That's good. And how's your back?
Yeah, not good.
No,
Not
still a little
brilliant
iffy?
at all. I forgot to take painkillers tonight, and I'm really feeling it now.
Oh boy. Do you have to bowl again tomorrow?
Yeah, and Saturday. I really effed up because our wedding anniversary coming up,
Uh-oh.
and I had planned to take the lady wife out for a nice meal, and I had forgotten to bring forward the matches that I had played through, and I completely forgot that I had a county singles match that night. So having promised to take her out, I then went, I've got a bowls match.
I'm sure that didn't surprise her at all.
No, there was a fair amount of eye rolling involved. But now we're going out on Sunday instead, so
Nice,
which happens
very
to be Father's Day, so that's rather nice.
Oh, so it's Father's Day there as well. Cool.
On the 20th, yeah. I don't know if it's...
Yeah, because your Mother's Day is different than over here. You have like Mothering
Yeah.
Sunday or
They
whatever.
don't always align.
Yours is in March
Yeah.
or something, and ours is in May.
Yeah, I don't understand that, but there you go.
The Hallmark greeting card company didn't coordinate that very well.
Yeah, they didn't. Absolutely. Actually, we had, I don't know if you saw the little video I did from the castle in Guildford. That was yesterday. That was a nice
Oh, that was
place to
beautiful.
play.
That was
It was.
beautiful. With the little sort of
I didn't see
pavilion, stone pavilion at the end, kind of.
Yeah, that was actually a war memorial. There were war memorials at both ends.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool.
The big castle, which is an ancient castle, and then behind the willow tree, there's a bandstand, and they were actually
Playing?
rehearsing for the Shakespearean play they were putting on that night.
Nice.
So that was all going on while we were playing, and there's of course a lot of general public round there taking an interest. So it was really nice.
I enjoyed your time lapse from JFK to Heathrow that you posted.
Yeah, I only ever did 2 of those because at the time, there was really no one was really sure whether the company was gonna get upset if you did those. So I was kind of a bit reluctant to do more, but of course nowadays you see heaps of them from everybody, and Virgin do a lot of them. So I think most of them are officially sanctioned, and they're very high quality. The ones that
What are you talking about? Are you putting all this stuff on Facebook? Is that the reason why I'm not seeing any of this?
Correct. That is why you're not seeing
yeah,
it.
yeah, you have to be in the social medias to be able to see this stuff, Jeff.
He hates
I
that
just
social
don't.
media.
Facebook.
He doesn't do that.
Faceplant. Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people feel the same way, but if you're not there, you don't see it. It's a shame.
Oh, but I can hear you guys talk about it.
You can.
Sounds really fascinating.
The only thing I'm wrong with that one, Liz, was the first half of it. Of course, I forgot that I left the overhead lights on in the back of the cockpit so you could see, basically illuminate the cockpit a bit.
Yeah.
And you could see my shiny bald head.
You're probably your bald spot, yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
So my bald spot was gleaming like a beacon in the night.
Need me to come down?
Mimi.
Okay.
Hi, Jeff. Thanks for coming.
Bye.
Right, it's our show now.
Let's talk about him now.
Yeah, it's our show now, Liz. We can, we can
here
do
we
whatever
go.
we like.
Take over. Take over.
We shall. Oh, look, there's Stephen Ivy. Oh.
I know.
Pull the curtain back and reveal what's behind
And
the
Bruce,
flight
who
deck.
lives up north of Toronto, up on Georgian Bay. Bruce
Oh,
T.
he's a hairy wildsman, is he?
Well, he's the one who's, was it your daughter, Bruce, or your niece that was flying for one of the, you sent in some feedback a little bit a while ago. Anyway, yeah, Bruce lives in Thornbury. Thornbury, I think.
Oh, we got Maverick Goose who's still...
Well, yeah, he's now over, he's Biggles Tintin over on YouTube.
Oh, okay, that's all right then.
Same
Biggles
guy.
and Tintin.
Yeah.
I can understand Biggles and Algernon,
Thank you, Bruce.
but Tintin is not on the Biggles team. Roger's Adventures of Tintin. Oh,
Tintin and his little dog, right?
Tintin's little dog was called...
Yeah, I can't remember, but I got to look it up because now I have to know.
Oh, you don't drink out of the toilet. That's what he was called.
Tintin's dog was called Snowy.
Ah, yes. How could I forget?
Snowy.
Good Canadian name, that, isn't it?
Yeah, great name.
Yeah, I thought so.
Unfortunately, wouldn't really work for Poppy, seeing as she's black. But
Oh, yeah.
here she comes.
Well, actually, it'd be really good. Sort
Yeah.
of. Oh, why have you called your dog
it would be
Snowy?
very
'Cause she's
Australian.
black.
It'd be very Australian
I-
to do that, right?
It would, exactly.
Yeah.
Extremely. Which is why Blue was called Blue, because she was
Exactly.
red.
That's right. That's very Australian.
All right.
Jeff's
Jeff's hunting through Steph's luggage now for the beer.
He's he's rummaging for beer.
Yep. Oh. Excuse me.
All that fresh air and sunshine is getting to you there.
Yeah, it is. And sadly, we're in for a few days of rain, but at the moment it's quite warm and humid, a bit sticky.
Oh yeah, don't like the sticky stuff. I could do without the humidity.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not very comfortable. Flies the Metroliner, same as the one in the mid-air. Oh, yes, we don't want to know about that.
That's right.
Well, actually, it's kind of comforting to know that you can smash half the Metroliner's fuselage in and it'll still fly.
Yeah,
So
that was pretty impressive.
it was very impressive. I mean, we've all seen the 737 that had fatigue damage and then lost the top half of the fuselage around the front of the airplane. It carried on flying.
Hawaiian Airlines or something.
Yeah.
Hawaii. Yes, I think it's.
And,
I think one of the flight attendants got sucked out or went out.
Yeah, I think sadly,
I
they
always
died.
think of that if I'm sitting just in front of the engines, and I always make sure that my seat belt is really, really well tightened up, just in case something happens there.
That's exactly right. No, yeah, I'm the same. I think about the risk factors of where I'm sitting, and then I go, nah.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the chance?
Yeah, no, I
What's
know.
the chance?
Just has to go through your mind, right? But
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yes, Bruce, it is. It really it did. I can't believe it survived. Quite honestly, it was such a wallop. I'm also amazed the crew didn't work out what had happened, but they
really. Imagine stepping out of the plane and looking back and seeing what had happened.
I
Like,
know.
whoa,
Exactly.
amazing.
Or just walking back from the cockpit and then seeing daylight coming in through the fuselage. What the hell?
This is interesting, Nick. They used to fly them in Afghanistan.
Oh, right. Interesting. Oh. They use water meth. What? To smoke or?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Do you drink it?
I figured that was a pilot thing that I didn't know about.
I'm assuming it's probably injected into the engines to keep them.
You
cool
got some
so
nice
they can-
beer there, Jeff?
Yeah, she brought some. And I had to go and get some ice down the
Right.
hall. It's at the
Right.
very end, of course.
Of course, always.
Of course.
Actually, but this is pretty. This is good. It's Founders All Day IPA, so we can
Nice.
drink this all
All right.
day.
Oh, yeah, she likes that one because it is easy
Yeah.
drinking.
Well, if you want to drink at night,
Well, you can't do that at night. You got to get an all-night IPA. If you're going to drink.
It's like Dayquil and NyQuil. NyQuil.
Yeah, Dayquil
you
and NyQuil. Yeah. Look, there's Steph again. All right.
hi,
Steph.
Steph again.
Do you have the
Steph again.
tripod? The little
Come
stand?
here. Come here. I want that.
And then this is where you plug in your thing, and then you will have this little volume thing over here. Controls your headphone volume. I know you. Yeah. Well, it's best I could do.
Yeah, I'm just all kinds of rude today, aren't I? Sorry, I just came from a meeting, but I was not enjoying very much. Can you tell?
Oh, well, no. I just thought you were in that mood because you saw me. Bad mood.
Tanya, I'm trying to work out who would drink stout for breakfast, and now I've worked it out. It would be you.
I think
can't imagine
stout for breakfast
drinking-
is perfect. I think
Really.
Founders makes a great breakfast stout.
Yeah, they do. Founders make
You people are
In
weird.
fact, well, I don't want to tell that story again.
You people are
Heard
weird.
it too many times.
a couple of these.
Where's your little tripod thing?
I got it.
Oh,
Steven's
Okay,
got
take
a
care of it.
secret parrot meeting. What is that icon there?
Skunk. It's a skunk. It is Skunk Works.
Microphone.
Oh, so it is. I'm thinking the tail. It's such a tiny icon. I'm thinking the tail is a parrot's head, but no. A skunk meeting. Oh, that's very good.
This is Skunk Works.
It used to be pretty secret, but now everyone knows what the skunk works is.
shh! Don't talk
particularly
about the
secret
skunk
anymore.
works. Nobody knows about the skunk works.
I'm doing my best because it's a bit of a struggle today.
So much trouble with this.
Isn't this riveting, everybody?
Watching beer being unpacked. Yep.
Exactly.
Fabulous.
But not being there to drink it.
Damn it!
I know. Well, I've got me in here.
It's kind of tricky.
What
Yeah,
are you
'cause I don't
drinking
wanna
this
strip it
evening,
'cause it's,
sir?
plastic.
I have got some Twice Tangled double hopped IPA from I think it's the Badger Brewery. Yeah, Dorset Badger.
Did you have
which
some
is
good
good
beer
in there.
down in the West Country down there when you're in Cornwall?
They do actually. Yes, very popular
And
very successful. But quite honestly, the whole country
your
produces
microphone slider.
pretty
Yeah.
good beer nowadays.
Yeah.
Number 4.
Can't say there's a huge amount of regional differences, but hi.
Hi, Steffi.
Can she hear us?
No, I don't think she's got her headphones in or earbuds or
All right.
whatever.
Busy opening
Snacks or something.
something so she can crunch her way through the show.
Exactly. Should make for some good editing for Jeff.
Yes, that'll be fun.
Sounds like she's breaking. Sounds like she's breaking communion bread.
It's been so long since I had that being broken, I wouldn't be so able to identify it. Skinner's is a good brewery. Where's Skinner's, Biggles? I thought they made dog food. Skinner's dog food. They brew beer as well?
I remember you took me to a little brewery, Nick, when I was with you. Sort of in the back of a little place. We went to get some beer for the barbecue we had. Do you remember where we went that time? It was
probably in Nyewood, and that would have been Triple F Brewery or something.
could have been, yeah. It's a little.
Something like that.
It was so
Yeah, it's sadly it's
unbusinesslike, kind of like. Oh, was it? Oh, that's
closed. Yeah, no, it's closed down. A real shame. I mean, there are others around, but that
Yeah.
one was
Yep.
was good.
Hurry up, you guys. Nick's fading fast.
Yeah, I'm
She
just
said,
going to
"Hurry up,
fall
you
off
guys,
my
Nick's fading
perch.
fast." Jeez.
And he's drinking beer. So we need
fast
to hurry
as I
before he
can.
passes out.
Ugh.
So, Nick, did we explain to you what the plan is tonight? That we're going. Yeah, we did. That we're going to play Rick's thing right at the end. So we'll play the
Yeah, I've
plain
only got
tale.
to stay up for an hour and a half, then I can go to bed, you see.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect.
That was an hour ago.
That's right.
Yep.
Half an hour ago.
Nah, hour ago.
Oh, maybe.
Right, 45 minutes.
Hello.
I'll
Hi,
compromise.
Steffi.
Hello, Steph.
Hi.
Okay.
How's your
gonna-
volume?
Hi.
Sounds good.
But,
No, I mean
Where-
for
where-
them. Okay.
Yeah, it sounds good. Where's the
Okay,
camera?
where's my volume?
Right here.
Okay. That doesn't change your
Or
volume.
or here,
Okay.
if that's more convenient for you. It
Bye,
doesn't say.
everybody.
Either is very convenient. That's not too loud for you.
I'm
That
sorry.
doesn't change yours.
No, it doesn't because I'm on this one, which I normally send them my speakers.
Have you got a parrot there, Jeff?
What?
No, I'm just someone trying to spill beer
Oh,
all
wait
over.
here. Let me turn on Steph's camera. Oh, okay.
Ah,
Wait.
hi.
Sit down. Okay, and then is that
That's
good?
not gonna work.
It's not gonna work.
Where are you?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Oh, weird. Okay,
I know. Would you rather just do one
I don't know.
shot? What do you think, guys? We'll ask Nick because he's the expert.
I think
two-
it looks fine. Can you not have a third camera giving an overall? Then you
Well,
could-
I don't have a third camera. Well, no,
Well-
I don't.
I do.
Wait, you do? What kind of
yeah.
camera is it?
Hold on.
Is the kind of camera that I can hook an HDMI cable to it?
HDMI. I don't know. I don't think
Oh, I could use your phone,
so.
actually.
Use my phone. I got two phones.
Wow.
You can use the phone that I'm not using.
Okay. We could
Or-
do. Oh, I don't have a
You could
clamp to hold the phone though.
I don't know.
Oh, you could just hold it up.
I don't think so.
Jeff, can you hear me
Yeah,
on
I could
clean
hold
feed?
the whole time.
There's this one.
Oh,
you hear me?
if I put the fader up, I can hear you on clean feed. Sorry, I can hear you now. Not bad. This is just so complicated. Oh, no, that's not
Nope.
HDMI.
I know.
That and then, but there's no. We don't have any place to. There's like not one of. I only have one of these things. I have another one at home, but it's not going to help.
But we plug into my.
No, it's not HDMI. So let's just do this.
Okay, we'll just do that. It's fine. It's all good. It's fine.
What?
Everything's fine.
No, I don't. I like this better. I think it's a lot passive aggressive. Okay, wait. So I'm going to do this and wait until you see this.
Ooh.
Here, let me show you something. No, that's not it.
I have that.
Yeah, here, let's turn the cameras off.
That's what she said.
I need to change the name of that.
I like that. Don't change it.
Okay. And zoom and that, and I could actually make it even zoom out even more.
Yeah. Should we move the light over a little
I was
bit?
going to
'Cause
say,
that's
what's
in
the
way.
big white bar?
It's
that's
a
in the
lamp.
way?
It's so demanding here.
Does that matter for this camera now, or are we going to use that
Yeah,
for
we're
anything?
not. We'll just forget about that camera.
Okay. It was a good
Now,
idea.
what you could
Yeah.
do is set up a set A to zoom in to Steph and B to zoom into you. No, on the
Look,
same
that's a great
camera.
shot of-
On the same camera,
How do I do that?
where you go run to A and run to B, or go full on the ATM software control.
To
You can't
to
do
You'll
that,
have to
can
tell
you?
me how to do that at some other point.
It's
don't
the
know how to
one
do
where I disappear into the corner. Like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You could actually set it to zoom in on either of you instead of
picture,
disappearing to the corner. But you've got to adjust.
Is that in the
it-
software or on the?
It's in the software. Can't do it in the hardware.
Well, you're the one that making me do this. So stop
No,
doing that.
it's just stop. That's fine. Just do
Oh,
it like
that's-
that.
That was
This is
Liz.
good.
Oh, that was Liz.
Oh, I thought you knew that was
I thought that was Nick.
no. It was Liz.
What, you can't
Liz
tell the
is-
difference
Liz-
between me and Liz now?
Well, not when you're when Liz is snoring. No, I cannot.
Keep sliding off of this. Can you hear me okay if I back up a little bit? I'm like sliding off the. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
You might have to project a little bit.
Or I can bump her bump her
Or
off
when
the
I'm going to
bed.
talk, I will just like awkwardly lean forward and.
Oh,
probably
and then
fall
I'll be
off the-
constantly
Sounds good.
trying to adjust the volume on
Yes.
this. That'll
Okay,
be
then
perfect.
here. How's that? It's like,
No, I don't mind.
Actually, that's
good.
actually quite a good shot of you two.
Okay, I'm not going to mess with this. You can show me how to do that at some other point, Nick.
By all means, we'll have a little tutorial.
Yes, I look forward to it. I'm
Are you
where,
sure
where is the
you
camera?
do?
Oh, there it is. Over
it's
there.
this camera.
Okay.
Not that one. This one. We need like the little red light.
I could probably
like
move
where-
that camera over a little bit more and have the other angle.
Doesn't
maybe.
matter.
Okay.
Well,
This
what
is
you
set
could
up.
do is
Liz is quickly
move it
losing-
closer
Do you hear
to
this is the kind of
Steph.
stuff I hear all the time. You hear Liz going, she's sighing, like she's so impatient, she's so bored. She's going, why did I even just volunteer to be part of this whole mess?
Good point.
No, you
That's a
didn't have
good
to.
question
You didn't have to
ask.
say it. Okay, here we go. Now, the most
Important part of the day, your first sip.
I think she's passive aggressive.
She's aggressively passive aggressive.
Aggressively passive aggressive.
It's my favorite type of passive aggression, though, Liz.
You're our favorite passive aggressive.
What I thought I was.
Well, we'll talk later. You all are. I love you all dearly. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, let me pop that screen down a little bit and bring that up and intro. So you're going to look at everything on that?
I might. I don't
Okay.
know.
Sure. Fine, be that way.
It's my
Everything's
new.
fine.
It's my new computer.
Ooh.
See how fancy it is.
Is that the with the fancy M1 trip?
Yes.
Ooh, nice.
Should probably turn those alerts off.
Turned the vibrator off. Well, on the phone. Oops. TMI.
This is. what
Well,
is
Liz
vibrating.
is
Just
laughing
to clear up any
hysterically.
confusion.
Let us be clear here.
My phone was getting alerts.
I'm not saying
know,
a
but-
word.
No.
You notice how good and controlled I am?
I know.
You've been very good, Nick.
Nick,
Thank you.
It's
Thank you.
nice that you're not hearing what Liz is saying because you'd have a lot to say, I think. But she's saying nothing untoward about you.
Well, I'm very glad
Wow.
to hear that.
Okay, so we're gonna not do that, and we're gonna do that, and then go over here to this, and
Although I might not be able to because I don't think I have the credentials for Evernote.
oh, you want me
on
to give
this.
them to you?
Oh no, I'm good. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's just
Are
mine.
you on the? You want to know the password is for the network?
Can I?
looks like it's not connected. It's
It was a second ago.
IHG Connect. And the password is or the access code is very, very secret. Don't tell anybody. It's an access code.
Oh.
And it's CTDT.
I can hear you.
Oh. If any of you stay at the hotel.
Now you know.
Yeah.
It's super secret.
You're online. You've got mail.
That's kind of what it feels like. You've got mail.
Okay, let's do a sound check. I'm probably going to blow out Steph's ears.
You're listening to the Airline Pilot Guy Show.
The view from our side of the cockpit.
Okay. By Meg Ryan.
By
Excellent.
the way, have you listened to Opposing Bases last few shows? Their intro music is like so loud, it's nearly painful. And then because
I
you
need
turn
to
the
talk to
volume
them
down,
about trying to level out their sound effects and music and their other stuff. It's out of balance, I think, a little bit. But it's good. It's great. Don't get me wrong.
PT UK have their standards have dropped terribly. No, Armando, you can hardly
Were
hear
you on the
him.
show again?
No.
Okay.
Captain Armando was very quiet. Nev is very quiet. Carlos is his normal, level, but they need to sort that out too.
Well, I hope
We,
they're
on the
listening.
other hand, are perfect.
Are perfect.
Perfect.
We do everything
Perfect.
perfectly here. Yes. Why?
That's correct.
Yes. Should we? No, we'll talk about that at some other point.
Do you want to record any of this stuff?
If you want, yeah, let's do that. So let me turn on my
can
recorder.
record.
Why didn't I hear that?
I heard it.
Oh, you did?
Is it beep?
Yeah, a beep.
Yeah.
Oh, I know why. You only hear it through the headphones then, because I'm listening through it through the sub thing, and it does. I guess it doesn't beep in the sub. What were you saying, Liz? Something about clapping?
The clap.
Yeah. Well, I hope not.
They make antibiotics for that, I think.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, but it's still kind of an inconvenience. Yeah. All right, so
You're a doctor and you only think they make antibiotics for that?
I don't treat that.
She
I haven't thought about it in years.
Well, she thinks about a lot of things. Okay, here we go. APG in 3. Wait, what is it? APG 477 in 3, 2, 1. Oh, we were like exactly.
That's the
together.
closest we've ever been.
I know.
I'm so impressed. Not.
Maybe it's because we're like.
Be impressed.
Right here. We're actually not in the same place. We're just doing some trickery, some video trickery, to make it look like, like the lunar landing. Yes, which of course is completely fake.
Real.
I know. Okay. What do you think, Liz? Should we? Are you ready for this to start?
Liz was ready for this to start about 30 minutes ago.
So was I.
Okay.
Sorry, I had to work.
It's her fault. But I'll take blame for it. I'm used to it. Okay. Do you hear her?
I hear her.
That's the kind of stuff I hear all the time. And I try to keep a straight face.
It's very unfiltered.
Yeah.
I love it. Keep it up, Liz.
Oh, boy. Here we go. We're recording. And it's 14-ish.
You're listening to the Airline Pilot Guy Show.
The view from our side of the cockpit door.
WAPG. It's the Airline Pilot Guy.
Airline Pilot Guy episode 477.
Yeah, he's up in the sky. It's the Airline Pilot Guy.
Hello, you're listening to the Airline Pilot Guy show, the view from our side of the cockpit door, with your host, Captain Jeff, broadcasting live from Studio 3L at the Holiday Inn in Charlotte, North Carolina. Today's show is recorded on the 16th of June, 2021.
Yeah, he's up in the sky. It's the Airline Pilot Guy. Put your light and it's flying by. With the Airline Pilot Guy.
today's episode, there's a report on an American Airlines flight which went off the runway last year in Freeport. An aviation geek misses flying so much, he makes his own airline-style food. More news, your feedback, and today's Plain Tale sweet retirement. So get all settled in, tray tables and seat backs in the upright and locked positions, electronic devices powered on. I'm Radio Roger, and Flight 477 is ready for pushback.
Thank you, Radio Roger. He is an award-winning Emmy Award-winning TV and radio reporter. Clearly, I'm not. Currently at the number one all-news station in the nation, 1010 wins in
New York City.
All right, you're listening to the Airline Pilot Guy Show. It's an aviation podcast covering the latest in aviation news and answering your great feedback. I'm Captain Jeff, a pilot at a major legacy airline based in Atlanta, Georgia. And joining us today from a hotel room in Charlotte in North World. Nope, that's the wrong one. Doctor, skydiver, marathon runner, strength training junkie, IPA connoisseur, and commercial multi-engine instrument rated backstabbing jumper dumper, Dr. Steph.
Hey, Captain Jeff. Good to be here with you.
Yeah.
Very nice to see you in person again. Feels
Yes.
like it's been a while, but it hasn't.
No, I mean, it feels kind of
Like
familiar.
deja vu.
Yeah. All right, we'll talk about that in the Getting to Know Us segment. All right, what a tease, huh?
I know.
All right, and joining us from his studio,
In Hartford, Hereford, and Hampshire.
one of those places, he is a professional photographer, former RAF, RAAF fighter pilot, retired Airbus A330, A340 captain for Virgin Atlantic Airlines. It's Captain Nick. I need to practice that a little bit.
You don't. You get it perfect every time. I'm feeling really left out now because I'm here all on my own in my little studio halfway around the world. And you two are going to be having such fun. I'm very jealous.
I brought plenty of beer, so it's going to be a good show.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and
guess
here
I
I'm
better-
drinking alone. Oh,
You're not drinking alone. You are here with us, even if you're, like 4,000 miles away. It's fine.
Yeah,
yes.
it's fine.
I'm trying to work out the. I don't think Einstein would have agreed with what you just said, but there you go.
Didn't you say something about time and space being relative?
Yes.
But we're not relatives.
We're all relatives, Liz says. Yes, we are. All part of this big, happy APG family. Incestuous family. Okay. Let's
so
go on with the
nice.
news so I can drink some of this beer.
Stand by for news.
All right. Let's start off with this from... Where is this from? Oh, Aviation Herald. Simon Radke's wonderful aviation news site. An Envoy Embraer ERJ-145, registration November 674 Romeo Juliet, performing flight 4194 from Miami to Freeport, Bahamas, with 25 passengers and 3 crew, landed on Freeport's runway 6 at 11:56 local time, but veered right off the runway and came to a stop on soft ground with both main gear struts collapsed after completing a near 180 degrees turn, which is not really right, heading against landing direction. 2 passengers received minor injuries. Bahamas AAIA have opened an investigation. Preliminary information. This is after it happened, actually. When was this?
This was
Back in-
October 24th, 2020.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. And so it looks like now they have a preliminary report, the AAIA. According to the crew's statement post-accident, the flight was uneventful up until the point just after landing. You look very uncomfortable holding it like that.
I'm going to figure out something different to do with
Okay.
this in a minute. Just
Okay. Yeah. I will not fix this in post. The crew... What are you doing? Okay. Okay. Little brief timeout. Oh, keep going? Okay. Here we go. The crew reported that the approach was stable. Contact was made with runway, and immediately after touchdown, they both experienced a sudden braking of the aircraft. although no control inputs were being made. Subsequently, there was a rapid deceleration of the aircraft followed by a skidding action. The pilot in command, who was the pilot flying on this leg of the flight, was unsuccessful in his attempts to stabilize and control the aircraft as it continued down the runway, eventually veering off the center line and coming to a stop off the right runway shoulder. During the excursion sequence, both main gear collapsed. The tail section of the aircraft was the most exposed to the active runway as it came to rest approximately 15 feet from the runway's edge. And let's see, I didn't get a picture of this, so I can probably share that. Here we go. Just bear with me here. So, Nick, what do you think about this?
I really don't know. Parking brake? I don't know. I'm looking at the black marks the tyres have left, which go from the threshold right the way down the runway. By that time, of course, if leaving that amount of rubber indicates to me that the wheels are barely turning; they're just skidding. It looks like one might have burst, and they took them off the runway. It is quite possible there was a brake malfunction, anti-skid malfunction. Lots of things could have gone wrong, but naturally, I always, if it had happened to me, I would have gone, God, what did I do wrong? About the only thing I can think of that you could do wrong would be to land with the parking brake on. Luckily, my airplane used to have a warning if you tried to do that. Thanks, Airbus. Because, when you're sitting there in the cruise, it was just one of those lovely things to sit and play with, the parking brake. Because,
what's this do?
Yeah, exactly
It's
right.
like people who play with their emergency brake button in their car, and it's just like click, 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 click.
Or people that
That's
play with
right.
their brake magic button in a Formula One car.
There you go. So, yeah.
That's happened
So, I
once,
don't know.
Lost the
Is
race.
Austin one of a pilot that flies those? Because that's what he thinks. But there you go.
I don't know.
We
Austin,
don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if he flies the 140. You know what? Again, we should have had Captain Al on because I think he has some experience with the this airplane, the Embraer 145. I think he flew that a little bit in his long history of airplane flying.
Yeah. But whatever happened, it had sad consequences for the aircraft and, of course, the crew. I'm glad no one was injured. Quite honestly, it's not that a dramatic departure. It didn't hit a brick wall and break open or anything. So it's just badly damaged.
Yes, very badly, and that's the preliminary report. So hopefully, they'll have more information on subsequent reports or the final report.
They said a landing gear malfunction. So. That doesn't
That could be
really
a lot of things.
give us yeah, quite agree. It doesn't really give us much.
He says
clue.
Austin flies gray military planes.
Something
like
gray
that. I can't see this
military.
entire comment, but yeah.
Sorry.
Let me see what he
Yeah,
said.
it could well have been an anti-skid fault. But having said that, normally in civil aircraft there are enough sensors, system sensors, to give you a warning if the anti-skid was doing this, and normally it fails safe, so the anti-skid would cut itself off. But I don't know how sophisticated the Embraer is.
I don't know either. Well, hopefully we'll find out when they issue their next
Don't know much
report.
about the aircraft, so I can't really make a better guess.
Don't know much about ERJ. Okay.
But you stopped quick there, didn't it?
It was a quick stop, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It was probably fun too.
Well, I think so. Yeah.
Dramatic
I'm sure. I would
deceleration
have
and
loved
then
it.
some spinning motion.
Yeah.
Like a little roller coaster ride.
Yeah. And for all included in the price. Welcome to the Bahamas. That's what Liz said. What do you think of us now? All right, let's continue this. D. Disruptive passenger diverts Delta flight to Detroit, officials say. An unruly passenger forced a Delta flight to divert to Detroit Metro Airport on Thursday night, representatives said. A customer on flight 1131, by the way, you should be thinking about the the music Bad Boys. I can't really play it anymore because Google doesn't like me to do that, so I'm not going to. Let's see, from Los Angeles to New York's John F. Kennedy International Airport experienced an issue on board, an airline spokesperson said in a statement. The customer was met by law enforcement upon landing, and then the flight continued on safely to New York. We apologize to our customers for the inconvenience and delay, though the safety and well-being of our customers and crew is always Delta's top priority. And so I have a little video that'll be fun to play. Let me share that with you. And we can see this wonderful passenger that was taken off the airplane. Which one is it?
That one.
Okay. Here we go.
I said I wasn't racist. When I said I wasn't violent, y'all still put me on the stretcher. Y'all saw me get physical with anybody on the flight. Was I physical with any of y'all? Let's go. Why the f you got me recording, you ugly bitch?
I had to take out some of the language there.
I like the clapping afterwards. Like, yeah, get out of here.
She didn't. What was she? She was upset that somebody was taking some video of her. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, if I was at that gate and they were taking someone like that off the plane, I would probably take video too.
Yeah.
And share it with you all.
So yeah, that was really not much more information. It doesn't really say. Apparently, according to her, she wasn't doing anything physical to anybody, but
she was being very disorderly. It sounds like unruly.
Yeah, and very disruptive. Yes. Well, we're not finished with problems on. I have to say that the passenger demographic has changed a bit.
Has it?
Yeah. We miss our business travelers. Not casting aspersions on people that aren't business travelers, but I'm just saying
the business travelers aren't the ones who are unruly and or maybe just a little rowdy, a little excited to be traveling someplace.
Yes. Actually, it turns out that the ones that are most unruly are actually employees of the company.
Oh, jeez.
Let's see, this next one here. Delta flight headed from Los Angeles to Atlanta was forced to make an emergency landing in Oklahoma City after a passenger became unruly on Friday evening. A Delta spokesperson clarifies with CBS 46 News, that's an Atlanta affiliate of CBS, that the passenger was not trying to hijack the plane or open the door mid-flight. Rather, the altercation occurred in the front of the plane near the area of the cockpit. Let's see. Thanks to the crew and passengers of Delta Flight 1730 LAX to Atlanta who assisted in detaining an unruly passenger as the flight diverted to Oklahoma City. The aircraft landed without incident and the passenger was removed by law enforcement. We apologize to our customers for the delay and any additional inconvenience this caused.
That seems like a very standard phrase, Delta. Just saying.
Yeah, well,
it's appeared several.
Yeah, Acme would have been much more creative with their social media statements. I do have, guess what? Another little piece of video here just to show how nice and calm things were aboard this flight. And that is this one here, OKC passenger. Here we go. Oops, I didn't.
All three of them! All three of them! Stop! Stop! Right now! Right now! No, they're the enemy. Stop! I'll go with them right now, Jeremy. I can go to them. I beg you. I beg you. I beg you. I beg you.
Didn't get the exposure. And there were some bad words said there. I apologize for that. I forgot to clean this one up. Okay, so they got the person subdued. And let's see, where is that right here? Let me take that away. Okay, we have some more information, though. This passenger was an off-duty flight attendant, Delta employee flight attendant, and he made an announcement, picked up the interphone, made an announcement that they needed to be close to the oxygen masks and proceeded to try to open the door. Now I'm thinking, You'd think that a flight attendant would
know that you can't open,
open
that
the door
in flight.
Yeah. Apparently
Closed doors.
he was absent that day in training, apparently.
I think he was absent from a lot of things in life.
Yeah, he might have been. And they said that the thing that was really kind of concerning to a lot of these passengers was when one of the flight attendants, or perhaps one of the pilots, made a call over the PA saying that they needed to have all strong men come to the front of the airplane to help restrain the passenger or the flight attendant. Yeah. So a lot of people were relieved.
That would not be the call that I would answer. I've answered several calls for help on aircraft
you
before.
Would,
Strong men? Yeah.
No, not me. Yeah.
Actually, I don't know. I'd probably do something.
Actually, it's such a change, isn't it, to the way we deal with these things, that we now feel totally confident to call upon passengers to help subdue a troublesome passenger. That would never have happened before 9/11. That changed everything in the airline industry.
You're right. And the way we deal with people that may want to commandeer an airplane is completely different.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Very much.
Well, and it's amazing to me. We keep having these stories of passengers behaving poorly, which seems to be they just seem to be, I don't know, maybe more frequent these days.
There's a huge upturn
related to this.
Yeah, but it's enough that people who I talk to in my day-to-day life who aren't really interested in anything flying related, airline related, a lot of people have made comments about it. I've talked to a few people about, they're feeling, they've had their vaccines, so they're kind of wanting to get out and travel for the summer and go visit family and friends. And a lot of people are actually just thinking about driving because they don't trust the flying public. I've talked to a few people like that in the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I don't even want to go out there and fly, but I have to. That's the way I make my money.
I was just going to say that I think it's an indication of the stress people have been under during the pandemic, and how small the margin is now between normal behaviour and completely losing control. It seems to be extremely small, and you add a few factors in, like nervousness on an airplane, or just being upset by something that's happening around them, the requirements for wearing masks, etc., and people are just very close to flipping. And the fact that we're seeing so many of these, I think, is partly reflected on by the stressful situation we have in our general lives right now.
Yeah.
That not only that, but people have not been in contact with a lot of other live human beings. I think part of that is people have just forgotten what manners are and how
Plus
to be nice to
civilization skills.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's for sure.
But I like what you said there, Nick, about, you add on additional layers of stress on top of that stress, and I think that has a lot to do with it.
Yeah. Sad, but true. And hopefully things will kind of get back to normal again soon. The sooner the better, I say. But we have some good news, though, regarding people and flying and passengers missing that experience. This is an odd one, actually, I think.
I was going to say, is this actually good? I'm a little worried about these people, too.
Well,
we talk about,
we'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's kind of odd. So the quote of this headline is, "I miss airline meals so much. I make them at home." I think there is some kind of a psychological disorder.
I think so. Has this person ever actually consumed airline meals?
I think this person has, because they have some pictures of these airline meals.
Do they only fly first class?
Maybe.
With a Middle Eastern high-end carrier.
Well, here's a United Airlines chicken and waffles meal.
Wait, United serves chicken and waffles?
Well, at some point they did. It doesn't look like, I don't know, it doesn't look like first class, though, does it?
Not really. Well, domestic flying in the United States is probably
where's the bone china?
Well, we're talking about a U.S. airline here.
Yeah, U.S. domestic flights.
Domestic.
Not going to have all those frills. Yeah.
I know. I don't even want to see his face. I
can't see his face right
now. Okay, there's his face. Oh, he's laughing now. That's good.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
This is his version.
Where's the silver cutlery?
Recreation of
the his
United
version
meal.
is way better looking than...
Yeah, for sure. Okay, here's another one from Singapore Airlines. Hainanese chicken and rice. That's what I said.
Hainanese.
Hainani. And then here's his version.
That looks pretty close.
Yeah. I know that people are like going, well, why don't you show us these pictures? Well, I don't know. Let me just read this thing instead. This dude, his name is Nick Sennhauser. Oh, he makes great headphones and microphones.
Yeah, I love his mics.
Let's see. He misses air travel so much that he recreates in-flight meals he once enjoyed to remind him of good times before the pandemic. He lives in Glasgow. Would spend much of his free time looking for flight deals. He loved the airports and airlines experience so much, he thought nothing of flying to the U.S. for a weekend trip. Yeah, he's crazy.
I can relate to that, actually.
Yeah, she's kind of crazy, too.
A little crazy.
I once got a flight from Edinburgh to Boston for £150 return, he told BBC Radio Scotland's Our Lives with Michelle McManus. Braggart, Liz says. I took the Friday, you're just jealous. I took the Friday off, and on the Thursday after work, got on a plane and flew there. Had some lobster rolls and dipped my feet in the sea, and then got back on a plane.
Okay, I take back what I said about this guy. He's totally normal. That is a completely reasonable thing to do. And I don't know why anyone would judge anyone who does something like that.
Yeah, but are you doing the meal thing, though?
No.
Okay.
I don't miss airline food.
No. Not many do. Let's see. Some people were willing to spend the same amount of money just going to the pub. Well, that's true. Aviation was always part of my life before the pandemic, he added. One of the things he missed most about international travel are the in-flight meals he was served. I grew up between Thailand and Austria, so I spent a lot of my childhood on planes and in airports. My dad was working in Thailand for a multinational and we went to school in Austria. So every holiday, even if it was just for a weekend, we would fly to Bangkok to see Dad. The plane, Liz is saying that it sounds like he was flying first class.
I will say those meals are generally good, especially international.
I'll bet.
Mm-hmm.
The plane was the one place I would eat food without questioning it. At home, my mom had to force me to eat vegetables and other foods. Anyway, there's more to it. If you want to read the entire article. Yeah, human interest story. Very nice. Thank you, Liz, for throwing that in there.
I mean, they're not bad recreations if you enjoy reliving a wonderful flying experience in cabin and eating those. But I have to say that all my travel experiences on my old airline, when I got to do an upper class trip and sat down and had a full meal, and even when I was operating, if I had a crew rest period and there was a free upper class seat, I would go back and have my meal in upper class. And I have to say, I always enjoyed the experience. Great. There's some great food on the airplane. So I kind of feel
agree.
for it.
I've had very good meals on airplanes. I've also had some very terrible meals on airplanes, including one recently on an airline we shall not name where I had moldy fruit.
Ew.
Oh, no.
Served to me
Mind
in
you, of course,
first class. Like, let's put that in quotations. But
You do feel a bit sorry because they were relying on their kitchen providers, which are often subcontracted. And,
it wasn't their fault.
No. I feel sorry for the crew when that happens because all they can do is just grovel.
Yeah, the good news is the penicillin cured my insert. Yeah, I was going to say that, Liz, but I'm not going to. Insert disease that can be cured by penicillin.
Oh.
Right. Okay, fair enough.
Yes, otitis media.
Okay. I'm just going to move over here a little bit. Okay. That is the last item, thank goodness, you're all saying, in our new segment. By the way, I don't think I've mentioned this since we started the recording, but Miami Rick was not able to join us today. However, the next best thing, Miami Rick and I yesterday were able to record a segment which will be playing toward the end of the show, the last hour. So stay tuned. And you, of course, Liz, I mean, we couldn't have done it without you behind the scenes telling us what to do and what to say.
Behind the scenes, or did you actually get her to participate live?
No, she still refuses to
Liz.
play. Liz. Yeah. Yeah, well, we're still working on her, though.
We'll
one of
get
these
her.
days. Okay. It's time for Getting to Know Us. So here we go. Let me find that and hit this button right here. And now Steph will sing.
Nope.
Is this not part of your new album, Steph?
I overlooked this particular tune.
Dear, dear.
Yeah.
The king will be very
contractually
upset.
So, this is the segment, if you're new to the show, where we kind of catch up with what everybody has been doing between episodes. And let's start off with Sir Nick Anderson.
Okay, not much from me. But the first thing I have to do is to big shout out and thanks to Jonathan Keeling, who sent in a bit of feedback, basically a link to a fabulous story. And I think if I hadn't just grabbed it and gone, I love this story, please, Jeff, can I do it as a plantar? We'd have covered it as feedback or perhaps even as a news item. It could have been either. But I thought it was just such a brilliant story. And it is tonight's Plain Tale. So thank you very much indeed, Jonathan Keeling, for giving me that idea. So brilliant. Loved it. And really enjoyed the little research I did to do it, to get tonight's Plain Tale, which basically come from an interview done by the person we're going to talk about. So it's more or less my interpretation of his interview, in his own words. During the last week, what's happened? Well, my life is full of my one of my main hobbies in the summer, which is bowls, and I've been playing lawn bowls almost every day, and I continue to be inundated with matches because I'm in a bunch of competitions, playing at county level, and if you keep winning, then you keep playing. And I've only been knocked out of one out of about 5 competitions so far. So doing all right in that field. Thank you very much. And progressing on. But it just means that I have an awful lot of bowls going on. I think it's going to get considerably harder in the next few matches because the standard, as people get knocked out, the standard obviously gets improved. So that's going to be interesting to see how that goes. And the one big event for me this week, which was not going down and sorting out my wife's big butt, it has... perhaps I should explain.
I'm going to stop there for just a moment. HR is going to need some clarification on that.
Yeah,
statement.
okay. Well, we have a big butt at the front of the house, big water butt. And
can you explain this for people who are not from your part of the world and have no idea what you're talking about?
A water butt is a water container that you connect to the downpipe from your gutters. Collects rainwater.
Barrel? It's a rain barrel.
Rain barrel, okay.
No, it's a butt.
Water
B-U-T-T. Butt.
No.
Okay.
Yes.
If you say so. Not here. If you say that to someone here, they're going to be very confused.
I'm already thinking
and
show
a little
title.
Afraid.
Jilly's
fair enough.
butt.
Okay. Jilly's big water
kill
butt.
you.
I know.
Anyway, our old big water butt out the front, the plastic got eventually, brittle and cracked. So we sorted out a new big water butt, and I couldn't quite fit it this afternoon because I ran out of time because we had a visit from a dear old friend who I have mentioned many times. He's been on the show. Jeff and I have stayed at his house, Captain Nige, who happened to be on his Harley Davidson in the area, having gone out with his wild gang. I don't know, what do you call those biker gangs? He's one of those.
Biker gangs.
Biker gangs.
That's what you call
Yeah,
it.
okay,
biker
right.
gangs.
Well, he left his short-off shotgun on the bike, which was nice of him, and came in with his leathers and kicked the dog a few times. So that was great to see Nige. We actually did a really good thing. We sat out in the garden in the fresh air because it was a lovely day. And we had bruschetta that Jilly made, and I knocked up a I can never pronounce it properly. charcuterie.
Charcuterie?
Charcuterie, that was it. That's the word. It's the ending I can never get right. Of mixed meats and cheeses and olives and sun-dried tomatoes and all that kind of nice stuff. And we sat out in the garden and chatted as you do. So that was very pleasant. And in return, Nigel, in the panniers of his Harley Davidson, brought down 6 flagship beers from the Hook Norton Brewery. So much appreciated, Nigel. Thank you very much indeed for that. And we chatted about getting together with another old Air Force mate. We're going to spend a weekend up at his place, and that'll be a lovely time to get together. So really, that's been my week. Been very pleasant. The weather here has been fabulous, as you perhaps can tell by my red rosy nose, my cheeks.
Y'all don't tan over there. You just turn various shades of red and pink.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Enhanced by the wonderful lighting that I have around me. But for the next few days, we're getting some welcome showers. So hopefully the garden will continue to look fabulous. Julie has done such a lovely job with the garden this year. The lawn is superb. So, that's going to be good. And, looking forward to more bowling and more retirement fun next week.
We can't wait to hear about it.
It's riveting.
Yes. But
no, truly, I enjoyed it.
She said with feeling.
I'm not sure what's wrong with me today. You're just going to have to ignore all of the raw
You seem pretty much normal to me.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. Well, look forward to hearing your success in all these championships. I'm sure you'll make it to the end.
Well, if only.
Victorious.
That would be so nice.
Yeah. Although, selfishly, I'm thinking, I hope you get knocked out
like tomorrow.
Yeah, so that you can, not have any conflicts with this thing, this APG thing. Just saying. But, anywho. So let me tell you about what I've been up to. I forgot to tell you all last time that I was interviewed for a podcast called The Pilot Network. It's actually more than just a podcast, but they have a podcast as part of their whole platform. The Pilot Network is an organization to help out people who are wanting to get into this job field and fly airplanes for a living. And they have seminars and all kinds of education and good stuff. They have a YouTube channel and a podcast, part of their, not podcast channel, but a podcast. And I was invited on to do that, and I'll put a link to it in the show notes. It's episode 74. Very cleverly called Jeff Nielsen, the Airline Pilot Guy.
How did they come up with that title?
I don't know. But it's a good one, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have fancy cover art. Like, you know what we should do? I think this is something we should do on every show. Let's talk about the artwork, the cover artwork for the previous show. Yeah.
Because if you're not accessing the show in a way that you can actually see the cover art, or if you're just kind of skimming past it and not looking, you really should. Nick puts a lot of time and effort into taking our ideas and suggestions for the show title and turning it into a work of art for the show.
Mm-hmm. And
well, that's very kind of you guys. So it's a labor of love. I enjoy doing it.
So what was fun about last week, I mean, they're all great, but last week, and we try to come up with a show title that is, not necessarily very clear, but
super obvious.
Yeah, not obvious.
But if you listen to the show, you'll understand. Yeah, it's supposed to draw you into the show, so you can say, "Well, what's this about? Why is this the cover art? Why is this the title?"
Right. And so the artwork for the last episode, the title was Captain Jeff's Flight Sim Reroute Edition, and it's just such a great piece of artwork. It looks like Microsoft's flights. Not really. Yeah, a lot like Microsoft's Flight
Takes
Sim.
inspiration.
Inspiration, yeah.
Inspired, yeah.
But it's so
Draws on familiar themes if you enjoy flight simming.
And I love the flight path. You know, you see on Flight Radar 24 or Flight Aware or whatever. It has this green line going all over, doing squigglies and everything else, which is very similar to my flight path going from Atlanta to Dallas on one of those flights on my last trip. Anyway, wonderful artwork, and so thank you, Nick. And I don't notice everything right away. Sometimes I look back at it and kind of zoom in a little bit more, and I see a lot of details that I missed the first viewing. But he manages to put in all kinds of little Easter eggs in this artwork. So it's definitely very. He's such a creative guy. So thank you, Nick, for doing these.
Well, thank you for modeling so well. I couldn't have done it without you.
And he fixes Jilly's butt. That's what Liz just said to us. Okay. So many talents.
I sure hope that doesn't end up in the show title.
No, it shouldn't. No. Okay.
Okay. Fair enough.
Ron Klimoff, Klimoff, sent this, and I think the last show we were talking about that medical event, and they were using HF radio for reasons that we couldn't figure out. And one of the things I suggested was maybe it was just to save some money, and they were using HF instead of VHF. Well, Ron, who is our favorite Spirit Airlines jump seater, he's jump seated on a flight, I think it was Philadelphia to Atlanta a few months back, go and pick up a pickup truck somewhere. Anyway, he says, we use VHF primarily for Air Inc. I'm not sure why these guys went to HF. Spirit isn't that cheap. So I think I may have offended, or we may have offended by suggesting that
I think he's just trying to set a lot of people straight.
Yeah, and I'm glad he did.
Mm-hmm.
So Ron, thank you for sending that in. Maybe that's just a backup thing, and perhaps the VHF
maybe
Air
it wasn't working. They couldn't get
Yeah.
through. Who knows? There could be a lot of reasons, I
Yeah.
suppose. Or maybe they're just, I don't know, your typical smart
Cheap.
pilots and did the wrong thing.
No. Ron, it's Nick. Nick is the problem here, not us, not the rest of us. Anyway, we love Spirit Airlines, and we love you. So I hope you'll accept our apology. Let's see. So this has been a great trip. The weather has been fantastic. No reroutes yet, and this is day 3 of 4, and I'm only supposed to do one flight back to Atlanta tomorrow morning.
That's a tough flight.
It is tough. It's early, but it's doable. Anyway, so I was here on Monday afternoon, and I got a chance to spend some time with my favorite co-host. Sorry, Nick. Dr. Steph.
And Rick, I suppose.
Well,
Sorry.
Rick.
But she's my favorite co-host too.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take offense to that at all. She's just everyone's
I
favorite.
love you guys.
I know.
I love you guys.
So anyway, we went to a local, the hotels here in the downtown area, I guess.
Uptown.
Uptown? Oh, uptown.
We're fancy here
Yeah.
in the CLT.
I see. Oh, in the CLT. Yeah, well, we went to a place, like for a Five
Church.
Yeah, a very nice restaurant. Although they need to
They need to work on their bar, everything, basically. So it wasn't just the beers that they wanted that they happened to be out of. We also drank, apparently, the very last of their Sapphire.
Yeah, it was, what was his name? Daryl?
No, I forgot.
Darren.
I can picture him. Oh,
Anyway, our
there.
waiter visited us at our table many, many times, and every time it was like, I apologize. He was apologizing.
I felt bad for him. He kept having to come back to the table to give us bad news about the drinks that we were ordering. And
I have some more bad news.
We weren't ordering anything like exotic or weird. It was on the menu. We did not get any free stuff.
No.
But we made up for the. So to be fair, before we went out to dinner, I said I've got 2 options that are nearby, walking distance.
Oh, I see what she's doing. Go ahead. It's
Blame. I'm deferring blame, not to you. I'm just gonna say what I said.
She
And you
cares.
can-
She cares more about our waiter
can-
than she cares about me and my.
No, I don't
feelings.
care about the waiter. He was a nice guy, whatever your name was. You guy. I remember the yeah.
I'm sorry. Liz keeps saying things to us that
You'll just have to insert that one in
yeah.
there.
Well, you'll hear it if you're listening
Yeah.
to the audio only podcast. You'll hear Liz's like really snarky commentary. Yeah, go ahead.
I did say before we left
Yeah.
the hotel, I said there are two options that are nearby that I would recommend. One is going to be the better food option. The other is going to be the better beverage option.
And
Was I?
no, you were right. Yeah, and I said, well, let's go with the food.
I said
option.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we went to the food option. The food was very good, although the guy didn't know his oysters either. That's also he was new. Give him a little bit of benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
anyway,
Yeah, we kind of thought we had the oyster thing figured out because
and we
like,
were wrong.
Yeah, where were the ones from
The
New
northern
England?
oysters from somewhere in New England were actually not very salty, and the ones from South Carolina were quite salty.
And we had it backwards. We thought the non-salty ones were the ones from South Carolina, but it turns out that they weren't.
Not correct.
But we ate a lot of oysters.
We did
There
eat
was
a
a couple
lot.
dozen
We
oysters,
ate like
I think.
3 dozen oysters.
Yeah, 3? Okay. Yeah, I guess we did.
Yeah.
Anywho,
Well, we had to test our theory out, and then we were wrong, so then we had to go back and get the ones that we actually wanted.
that's true.
That's how that works.
Yeah.
But then we made up for it because we did go to the other restaurant just for beverages, and they were on
Very
their
cool.
game.
It's like a cellar downstairs,
Like a
s-
speakeasy.
Yeah, speakeasy, like a.
I think it's the salty seamen that account for the taste in the oysters.
I know.
No, I
Because if you get a seaman who's not picking the right oysters, you could end up with salty ones.
Oh yeah, I know. Because we know that you.
No, I prefer Siemens.
Well,
16
I've got a
inches.
lot of friends in the Navy. Yeah,
That's a lot.
very impressive.
I'm sorry, you talked over all my little sound effects.
That was perfect. That's just what I wanted.
He's put those all in order on the soundboard, so he
This
can
is-
just like click through them.
I organize things occasionally,
okay.
like sound effects, sort of sometimes.
Go on
So
then.
anyway,
I'll
Monday was
let you
very-
do it uninterrupted.
Okay, you ready?
No.
Okay, here we go.
16 inches, huh? Wow. That's a lot.
Very impressive.
Anyway, those are all recorded at different times, and
In
you have to know the
completely
context.
different context.
Yeah. I take everything out of context. Yes, inappropriate is my middle name. All right, so continue with
Yeah.
the story. Yeah.
Really nice Monday evening. And then that was Monday. Tuesday, I worked. I guess you did whatever the rest of your trip was there that I have no idea.
Jackson, Mississippi.
Jackson, Mississippi.
Yeah, not a lot going on there.
No, really? Surprising.
Yeah. Sleepy town.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I worked all day on Tuesday, so that was fun. And then here we are Wednesday, and Jeff's back in Charlotte. I think he's stalking me. Please send help. But anyway, we are going to record the show, and then hopefully Liz. Just kidding. Liz is sending help.
Liz is saying, blink twice if you need help. Yes. Human
so-
trafficking.
We're gonna, do the show here, which we're like halfway through. I'm just gonna continue on my story here because I'm very
Yeah,
distracted.
please. What is Nick blinking too?
And then there's the other food option. So this is all about food, really. Let's be honest, food and beverages.
Yeah.
The other food option is a place actually in the hotel that you had been wanting to try. Sadly, not yet reopened because
Except for room service.
Except for room service.
Which we're
So
actually gonna.
We should probably just order it now.
Probably gonna order. Well, yeah, but I don't know.
Liz thought everything here was reopened. Well,
a lot
it's
of
very
places are.
hit or
Atlanta
miss.
is. Everything's.
It's
open.
very hit or miss. So, the restaurant we went in the other night, masks not required anymore. And that's like a half a block from here. Mm-hmm. But the restaurant here, not open.
No.
So it's just.
And,
whatever.
that might have something to do with maybe getting.
Might be
people
staffing.
Coming back to work.
Might be staffing, and it might be because we are very much in like the business part of town centers,
Right.
like banking area, and there might be a lot of people not yet back at their offices, so
Mm-hmm.
volume might be down. It's just easier to staff, a lower number of people to provide
Right.
room service food.
But the chef here, I think I've mentioned this on previous shows, was on the Food Network's Chopped series, and it's like a contest of cooks, chefs, and he was the Chopped champion. I don't know if it was like for the full season or a certain segment or whatever. But anyway, he's supposed to be a really good chef. So we're gonna
try it.
Try out some of the food. In fact, we'll order that soon so that it gets here for the third segment of the show.
Pick something exotic.
Yeah, we'll have to.
I have to get the menu. The menu's
Yeah,
in the room somewhere.
I think I have a menu somewhere. I think on top of that
I will
cabinet
retrieve
right
it.
there. Okay.
Was that all that you've done in the past week?
I was able to secure an RV rental. I think I've mentioned on the show that I've ordered a recreational vehicle for myself, but it's not going to be delivered until probably the fall of next year, or maybe even later. Hopefully by the end of summer or early fall next year.
Before you actually retire?
Before I retire, I hope. So I get to take it out a few times. Anywho, I was able to get a rental up in Galion, Ohio. I'm not sure exactly where it is. I think it's north of Columbus, Ohio. Anyway, it's an RV dealership that has one of these, very similar to the one that I ordered. It's a little bit older. It's a 2014 model and a little bit different floor plan. But anyway, I was able to, it's available, so I am going to rent that. I'm going to drive it from Ohio over to a place in Wisconsin called Oshkosh, Wisconsin, where they have the AirVenture this year. So I'm planning on getting there probably Tuesday or Wednesday, middle of the week, and meeting up with a whole bunch of people that are in our community and are going to be hanging out there. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And so I just wanted to let everybody know that I do plan on being, not for the entire time like Nick and I did a couple of years ago. Well, all of us did, the whole crew, except for Rick wasn't able to make it. But yeah, so we had a fun time back in 2019. So I'm looking forward to that. And I think that's it. So now, Steph.
Nope. The highlight was hanging out with you on Monday. Did some flying this past weekend. And that was Liz thought that was very sweet.
Touching.
It's true. Ish.
Wow, you always ruin it. I'm not touching her. Look, there's a lot of space here.
The camera is very, I can barely
I know.
touch him. And a little bit of flying on the weekend. The weather was kind of not great. Saturday morning started off wonderful. It was clear blue skies, and we had a lot of business, a lot of customers, a lot of people wanting to jump out of airplanes on Saturday, so we were able to fly both of the airplanes, both the Otter and the Caravan, which is always a lot of fun because it just adds more logistical challenges, timing, and airspace considerations and whatnot.
Have you figured out how to land on the actual runway yet?
Why would I want to do
practicing? Saw a video of her coming in for landing, and she, like, you can see the runway, you're all lined up, and then you landed on the grass.
That was on purpose.
Right. That's what I always say.
Yeah. I mean,
when I land on the grass, I did that on purpose.
There's a lot
You
of
landed on the grass?
Yeah, of course, on the grass.
On the grass.
Saves the tires when you do a lot of landings over the.
Did you end up with a grassy ass?
I did not.
I flew over your
You did, yes.
place today. I saw it.
Oh, were you on the Jonesy or the? Yep.
The Jonesy controller transition. And then we took a little bit more of a heading because of spacing, because of all the airplanes coming in at the lunch hour here. And I showed Michael, my first officer, said, "Yeah, look at that. That's where Steph flies her jumper dumper airplane."
It's true.
So.
So that was fun Saturday morning, and then rain rolled in around just after noon. Actually, it built very quickly. It was impressive. Went from clear blue skies to very cloudy, lots of cumulonimbus, and then those same clouds really poured down rain for a couple of hours. So
Very impressive.
Very impressive. Thank you, Nick. I concur. Saturday and then Sunday, because of all the rain that we had, it was very low overcast ceilings for quite a lot of the day, but we ended up doing just a little bit of flying in the afternoon, mostly for people who wanted to stick around and didn't mind waiting it out. So that was fun.
Cool.
It's a good weekend.
Yay. It's always a good weekend when you can get some flying in, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's it. No more. I guess it's time for us to go over here to the coffee fund, and let me hit this little jingle. Jeff Smith. the APG job.
Johnny, how much more coffee?
No thanks.
I love coffee. I love tea. I love the APG community. Coffee and tea and the Java and me. A cup, a cup, a cup, a cup, a cup.
Oh, yeah. The Coffee Fund, your way to support the show financially. Please. And the way you do that is to head over to airlinepilotguy.com/coffee, and you can learn the couple of different ways to join the Coffee Fund cadre. One of which is called the Coffee Fund Classic Method. And since the last episode, we have a nice young lady located in a beautiful city in Italy called Rome. Jenny in Rome, Jenny Parkinson. Thank you, Jenny. And the other way to support the show financially is called Patreon. You can become a patron of the show. And since the last episode, you might recognize this name. I think even last episode I mentioned Dustin, but he signed up as a producer. But guess what? He upped his pledge. You know, we're upping our standards. We think you should up yours. Yeah, so he went from the producer level to the executive producer level, like in the span of a week. Thank you, Dustin. We appreciate that. If you want to join these great people, please consider heading over to airlinepilotguide.com/coffee. You'll be glad you did, and we will too.
Captain, incoming message.
Timing is everything.
Yes. Perfect timing. Okay. Let's see. Nick, has he already... I wasn't looking at the video thumbnails. Is he still doing a physiological? Okay, good.
What should we eat?
We can look at this menu then. Perfect. I'm going to remove this from the studio, and since I have such bad taste in food, I'll let Steph
Well, I'm
decide
not
what
ordering
we
for
want.
you.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's back. I don't know. What did you want to do? Like some entrees, or do you want to do some apps? Appetizers?
Let's do some apps, and I was going to get an entree.
Yeah.
Not brunch. I think it's the wrong time of day for brunch.
No. We are looking at the room service menu for the restaurant called
Eggplant
Forchetta.
rollatini. Forchetta wings. Flatbread.
Chicken tenders. That doesn't sound very
No,
fancy.
I'm not doing chicken
No.
tenders. Chicken tenders and fries, no less.
Or the
It's like-
wings. No.
No.
I did wings in Jackson last night.
That was probably fancy for Jackson, Mississippi.
It was. It was
I'm
actually pretty good.
offending-
I had a bowl of gumbo, which was awesome.
Oh,
it was really good.
So
one of
this
the best
fancy
bowls
chef, he produces chicken wings and tenders. Oh, give me a break.
Well, you know, he's got a. He probably doesn't
still
want
at a
to.
hotel.
Yeah, we're at a hotel. Like grilled cheese and tomato soup. You know, I'm sure that the stuff that he is really good at would be things like some of these Italian, because I think that's his thing, the Italian thing, lasagna.
I think the rigatoni can help too, so
That does sound good.
let me do that.
Rigatoni.
Messy
pasta.
burger.
That's a classic Italian meal.
Messy burger. I'm
Messy
sure Jenny
burger.
and Rob would agree.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm really hungry, so pick something and I will order it when you play some
Oh,
audio.
okay. So that's what you're gonna have.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm for some reason not that hungry.
Oh, really?
You're starving.
I'm starving.
Okay. Ooh, ladyfingers. I like ladyfingers. Oh yeah, that's. I think there was more.
I'm sure there's more on the actual menu
Yeah.
in the
I was looking
restaurant.
at something on my phone that had. Oh, my phone's the camera, so never mind. I can't look at it. Okay, we'll figure out something. All right. So, do you need to take a pee break or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Let's. Okay. Let's go over here to Evernote and feedback, and we get to start off with some audio feedback from our favorite air traffic controller in Iraq, and you know him as Mohammed. That's what we know him well. Get away, Mohammed.
Hello, APG friends. This is Mohammed from Iraq. And finally, I got the certification on the ground position in the aerodrome control tower in Baghdad International Airport. And it was very emotional moments, I can say. And after that, I took the first aircraft I took to, it was a Jordanian 815. And also I told the pilot, this is my first two communications contact with you as a certificated correction on the ground position. And the pilot was very friendly and he congrats me a lot. And also on the same day, a small incident happened during on my duty as a ground controller. It was an aircraft suddenly canceled taxi because the pilot facing difficulties on the steering wheel. And absolutely, I take the appropriate action to, and I sent a follow me and towing vehicle, then the aircraft back to the gate. It was very nice moment. Everybody congrats me in the aerodrome control tower. It was a big step, and it's a half big step, by the way, because now I have to work to get a certification on the aerodrome control tower to be an aerodrome tower controller, and that step needs about 90 hours. Okay. Thank you for your support, APG. Thank you for your encouragements. Thank you for your caring to me, throwing the live chat. And absolutely, I have to thank the APG community also, who they are always supportive, like you, APG. And I wish you well. Thank you very much. Keep hard working. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mohammed. And, of course, we have to say congratulations.
Hey!
New rating.
Well
That's
done.
awesome.
Well
We need
done.
some noisemakers in here.
Good
There you
job.
go.
Good job.
Very, very good, Mohammed. You're awesome. All right.
Always appreciate the feedback. It's
Yeah.
interesting to hear your just how things are progressing for you and all the interesting stories along the way. So
And it's nice to get those nice compliments from people who have been doing this for a long time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's so nice to hear of you being helpful like that, unlike New York air traffic controllers.
Somehow we always get the John F. Kennedy controller thing in the show from Nick. You miss it, don't you, Nick? Come on, be honest.
I miss being able to say no, I'm not going to do that, or no, I can't take that way, or I'm an A340-600. Don't you know where I can taxi? Well, that helps me get through the day a little.
Yeah. Well, yeah. What else can you say, really?
I don't know. I thought you were going to say something clever about New York controllers back.
I was thinking about it, but then it just went right over out of my head.
I'm sure they're listening, so perhaps they'll send some feedback in. You never know.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Hey,
Perhaps they'll
what's his
explain
name?
themselves.
JFK Steve?
Steve. Kennedy Steve.
Kennedy Steve. Kennedy Steve, if you're listening, we'd love some audio feedback. Great.
Yeah.
And
they're quite capable of defending themselves, I'm sure.
I'm sure they are. We may need to. There might be some editing of their audio as well for the colorful language, perhaps.
Possibly, yes.
Possibly. Hey, Rob sent this in. Newsworthy story about the heartwarming act of the, well, it used to be called the Confederate Air Force. What do they call it now? The something that starts with a C Air Force. Somebody look at Steph. We have a.
I'm right here. I'm Steph.
Oh, Steph. Not Steph. Staff.
Oh, Staff. I'm sorry. I was confused.
Anyway, yeah, it's as I said.
Consolidated Air Force?
No, I don't think so. Anyway,
Force.
while the staff is researching that, they had their B-29 FIFI at McKinney National Airport a couple of weekends ago. Commemorative Air Force. Thank you, staff. After an hour seeing my Beechcraft C-23 Sundowner for the first time, I took him over to the line for a cockpit tour. He felt a ride in FIFI was too expensive. Some 150 plus people in line for the walkthrough. Commemorative Air Force volunteer comes over, pulls him and me out of the line, takes him out to the bird before any of the mass in line. I had quietly informed volunteer at ticket booth he was an Air Force veteran with a lot of time in the B-29 before going to pilot training. Chatted with the crew standing in shade at the nose gear about his experience as flight engineer on the B-29 from 1950 to 52, about 750 plus hours over 3 years. He was then escorted to the open forward bomb bay and the bottom of a 7-foot plus tall ladder for the climb to cockpit level and forward through a low hatch. Made it with almost no assist. Not bad for 93 years and 5 months young. Into the engineer's seat for this photo, and within 20 seconds, his hands moved to throttles, controls, switches, and various gauges, called out without looking directly at them after 70 years since last being in that seat.
So 70 years from now, if we put you in...
I'm going to be long dead. I'll only be 130 years old.
I was going to say, if we put you in an L-1011? No, not 70 years from now, but 70 years from when you flew it, perhaps. I think you might still be alive.
Be pushing it. I'd probably...
I could do it. I could do it real easy because, like, there's only 2 buttons.
In the L-10... Oh, the Airbus? Yes.
Listen, my problem, though, Nick, is I probably would get on the airplane and turn right. And they'd all be like grabbing. No. You go this way. Left is where the car is.
I love it.
Anyway, into the engineer's seat for this photo, and within 20 seconds, his hands moved to throttles, controls. Oh, we just read that. Talk of takeoffs at March Field, California, at close to 2,000 pounds over max gross takeoff for practice bomb runs. Had the CAF crew enamored. We got to talk about 5 minutes or so, and it was time for the trip down a ladder through the bailout hatch. Again, he soloed. Wow, that's pretty amazing for...
Spry.
Yeah, spry, yes. That's the way I describe myself. Not really. Let's see. He tested and was accepted in pilot training in 1952, got his wings in 1954, and flew single-seat jet fighters for the next 12 plus years, racked up about 9,000 hours in his logbook. Most of his time was in the F-86D all-weather interceptor at Misawa Air Force Base in Japan, and then Han Air Force Base in Germany, flying scramble alert for the Air Defense Command against the Ruskies, the Russians. Finished his Air Force career in the F-102 and then to NORAD inside Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado Springs, Colorado. He called a close friend the next day and said he just had the best time in many, many years experiencing the B-29 again and could not stop talking about it. He introduced me to flying at age 15 and I was hooked. Thank you for your service, Dad. And this was, Rob Legal is the one who sent this in, but I believe the guy who was actually doing the social media
Bruce
was
McLeod.
Bruce McLeod.
Came from a
Was that
Facebook or maybe it might be an Instagram post.
You should be able to. I mean, you're the social media expert, Steph. You should know that. Social
I think it's a Facebook post.
Could be Facebook, yeah. So a great photo. If you're not watching the video, make sure that you check this out in our show notes. This guy, I mean, for 93 years old, he looks really, really young.
Spry.
Yeah, spry. Mm-hmm. And sitting there in the...
Hey, they got the hula girl obligatory.
Oh, look at that.
Yes.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, check it out. And Rob, thank you for sending this in. That was very, very cool. All right. And Providence, Rhode Island, PVD. Okay, Rob, next time I have it over up there, we need another meet. And I know that there are a few folks up that way.
I might be there this year.
Oh, really?
September.
Providence. Okay. September it is for the meetup.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, David Lieb. is up there, not too far, up in Massachusetts. Anyway, we'll continue on with this one. Rob sent this in, and he said, it's a link to a YouTube video, and it says, CRJ900 needs to go around for a strange reason. He says, first off, I want to apologize for always doing news feedback touch and goes. I always am looking at my phone in lulls on turns and somehow finding aviation news articles sitting at the gate, geo-referenced news maybe, and I never find the time to draft something of quality or length. Yeah, we noticed that, Rob. No, I'm just kidding. His name is Rob, because that's what we've been calling him. He's a Part 135, Part 91, PC-12, Pilatus PC-12.
Mm-hmm. Pilatus.
And that's made by Switzerland, right? I think that's a Swiss.
It's a Swiss aircraft, I believe.
And he's a captain on the PC-12. He says, let's say Air Bazaar, a bit codec there. The thesaurus will help. Let's see. What are some other names for bazaar? Like you go to a bazaar, like a very fancy
boutique?
Boutique, yeah. No, I think it's boutique, Liz. Boutique. And have been flying the PC-12 for more than 3 years, with 121 flying on the horizon in this post-COVID world. I discovered your podcast by stunning, amazing photos posted by Miami Rick of the 747. My favorite heavy. Sorry, Nick. And ultimately, you just lost a friend. Oh well. And ultimately found a reference to APG. I've been listening to you ever since 2014-ish. Also, that's a while, actually. We're a military family, and with all the moves we've done, you guys have seriously saved me on the horrendous long drives with topics and humor I laugh at that only makes my wife glare at me. Another thing to thank you for. Ha. Ooh, he's a little mean-spirited, isn't he?
It's okay. We like that around here.
Yeah. Snarky and yeah. Anyway, on to the purpose of my email. So he sent me or us a link to a YouTube video. And let's see, he writes some more here. So, okay,
right.
So we're going to go
some
and
more
play
rude
this
stuff
video.
about Airbuses.
Does he? Does he continue with rude things about Airbuses in his
I don't know.
feedback? I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think. The only thing he said is it wasn't his favorite. I mean, that's not rude, I think. But anyway, don't take it the wrong way, man. We're going to play this. Oh, too late. Okay. We're going to play this. Oh, shoot. I thought I had that all set up, and I did not. So let me see if I can find it. So nothing to see here. Move on. Move on. Here we go. I found it. Reconstruction of flights. Okay, I guess I should put this on pause. The date was 21 April 2021, New York, an Endeavor Air Canadair regional jet. The CRJ900 was performing flight 4785 from Detroit Metro Wayne County Airport to New York Kennedy. On final approach to New York Kennedy Airport, reported that they wanted to go around due to a really unusual and rare reason. Continue watching and you'll hear it. So here we go. Time for the video to start. I put it on pause too long, I guess.
Tower 4785, visual 31 left.
Tower 4785, Kennedy Tower, there'll be a couple departures prior to arrival, wind 33022, gust 31, runway 31 left, clear to land.
31 left, Tower 4785. Tower 4750, 4785, we gotta go around.
Tower 4785, right to fly runway, heading maintain 2000.
We're heading 2000, Tower 4785.
Endeavor 4785, turn left heading 250.
250, Tower 4785.
And Endeavor 4785, when you have a chance, can I have a reason for the go-around?
Yeah, of course, we got a guy thrown up in the bathroom.
Ah, alright, Endeavor 4785, in contact you, approach 125.7, they'll bring you back around.
25-7 for Tower 4785, thanks.
Is it just me, or does
Tower 4785.
Yes.
Does that sound like Steph?
Just you?
Just you.
The controller, no.
Oh, the controller?
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about that.
Well, So
No,
at the yeah.
Well, you would be a poor judge, Steph, because no one really knows what their own voice sounds like.
That's true.
But I hear you all the time.
No, it's true. Although I will say, one time, our friend dispatcher Mike and I were on a frequency at the same time, flying around, and he goes, "Oh, on the radio, you sound like a little girl."
Not the first time that people accused you of.
No, not the first. Actually, that was the first time.
Oh,
It's not the last time
that
that someone has thought I was quite young to be operating an aircraft. Anyway.
Thank heaven for little girls. Okay, let's continue with, and now we're going to be hearing nothing but Dr. Steph when the controller talks.
Heading 250 2000.
This guy, is it just me? I thought you were going to say, is it just me, or does this guy like
sound drunk?
Speaking very clearly.
He doesn't enunciate very well, and I would like to say that this is not very common to hear, but it's kind of common
it's
to
more
hear.
common at this age group, I think.
This age group, you get a lot of...
Yeah.
Endeavor 4809, left 340, pull the field, 10 o'clock. 340, we'll let you know, Endeavor 4785. Endeavor 4785, New York, flight heading 140, and you want 31 together? Sorry, that wasn't first. Yeah, 140, and we'll take 31 left. We're going to make sure the guy in the back's alright.
Alright, so what was the reason for the call?
I got a guy thrown up in the bathroom.
Oh, that's good.
That's lovely.
Heading 180, I'll give you a little extra time.
Alright, 180 for Endeavor 4785.
Oh, that's good.
4785. 2,000 feet, okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Appreciate it.
Okay, and then the video showing the depiction of the flight path.
4785. Looks like guys could be okay. We're ready to go back around.
Okay, flight 140, Endeavor 4785.
140, Endeavor 4785.
Okay, we get the gist.
The passenger had the fish.
Yeah, good point.
Mm-hmm.
Bam. All right, a reference to our favorite movie. What does he say? Happens all the time at my airline. Usually they don't make it to the bathroom. Ooh, that's no good.
I've had someone throw up on me in flight. Well, not on me, but like right behind me.
Oh, on your jumper dumper airplane? Oh, that's not good.
And usually I have, like, in my flight bag, I have airsick bags because we don't, I mean, there's no great place to put
or a
them.
raincoat.
But I didn't, or that, I guess. But I didn't have it with me on that particular flight.
Oh.
I was like, this is not really an emergency. What would you like me to do about it? Like, you...
Were they about to jump or something?
Yeah.
Did they jump?
Yes, actually.
Okay. Yeah, got it
After
all.
they vomited.
The air probably just cleaned it right off of them. Not you, but off of them.
Oh. I've also seen that happen to tandem instructors under canopy too.
Oh.
Usually their passenger gets a little sick.
That's not good.
I've dealt with that.
I hope that this is not a show title.
Air sick passengers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
I must admit, I've had it in the past. Not personally. I've had this situation on our aircraft. And I've certainly heard of other aircraft going around. I don't know if it's that rare. And usually people just say, the cabin's not secure, we're going around. So
yeah, you don't have to give all
you don't have
gory
to
details.
explain that there's someone
puking in the
vomiting in the toilet. You just can't land because there's a passenger not in their seat. So
right.
it's not
Yeah,
a
that
big
would be
deal.
the best or much better way to say it. I agree.
Yeah. Then you wouldn't get on these kind of YouTube broadcasts.
That's true. We wouldn't hear your video.
No,
played on
you
the
wouldn't.
show.
How boring is that? The cabin not secure? Move on. Find the vomiting man.
He says, it's always good to hear the reason for a go-around, but I love the purity of this concise response. Can't clarify any better than this, and love, and you can hear the smile on both sides of the comm as they're getting the visual. What were some of your compelling reasons for a go-around besides a typical unstable approach? I recently had an airport operations vehicle break down crossing my runway just before landing. Perfect. We called go-around to hold a while as they cleared it on the field's only open runway. At a previous operation, my most peculiar go-around for me was the final leg of a long day, landing at night at an uncontrolled airport. Running the before landing checklist, the FO suddenly stopped and stated, I know it's been a long day, but are those runway lights all flickering for you too? They were, and not in any particular sequence or pattern, puzzled us enough as we debated it, and then upon hearing the 500-foot audible, I realized we never finished the before landing checklist, which only had landing lights remaining, or landing light, I guess in this case. I called for it to confirm. First officer finished that last item. I flipped them on, and to our surprise, we see hundreds of eyes glaring back at us. Called go around.
Was he landing in my neighborhood? Because this is a very common obstacle.
Really? Oh, dear. Okay, called go around, and as the runway surface lit from our lights, we see hundreds of deer scattering
Did you
every
just say,
direction
"Oh dear"?
off the runway.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. There we go. Show title.
There it is.
And trying to escape the rapidly approaching white roaring light. Although we likely cleared the runway with the roar of max go-around power, knowing there were so many deer on the field, I opted to divert just in case there was one that random, or let's see, in case there was that one random suicidal stray deer in the herd that everyone normally finds on freeways, if not a few of them. The following day, I called the airport manager to hear that they had staff arrive in the morning to find a deer herd estimated at 200 to 300 head. Wow.
Good
on the
Lord.
field, landscaping the years of untouched, pristine grass between the runways. The herd size broke down a section of the perimeter fence, and the grass beckoned them in, or the grass beckoned them in. Either way, we could have broken a record that night for the most deer strikes by a single aircraft. Yeah, then we would have been talking about that on the show.
Yeah.
One award we were glad we didn't earn, and likely would have been posthumous. Posthumous. I said that right, didn't I?
Posthumous.
Posthumous. Yeah, pretty close.
Yeah.
Anyway,
second time.
great.
Second time wasn't a bad effort.
Well, okay. Well, you shouldn't say that, because I could have deleted the first time that I said it when I edited
now
the
you
show.
can't, you see.
Now I can't. Now you've ruined it for
No.
me. Thanks.
Yep.
Anyway, great podcast. Although you don't know me personally, I've been listening since 2014, 2015. You guys feel like family. Glad to say I'm currently only one episode behind at the moment. Fourth stage APG. It's terminal. You make my
dear.
drive to work bearable, and I appreciate all the effort you guys have put in for so long. Ever find yourself in the Providence, Boston area over the next 2 years? Why, another Providence.
Same Providence.
When next military orders are due, huh?
Same person.
Oh, is this? I thought it was, it is the same guy. Shoot. I thought it was a different Rob. Anyway, please reach out. Food and beer on me. Oh, sounds messy. Let's see. P.S. Any other known APGers in my area? Mini meetup.
There you go.
There you go.
So do you guys have any other unusual go-around reasons from your long and distinguished
Mine are all
airline careers?
boring. Well, just like, the previous airplane still on the runway. And, okay, go around. Or, like really bad, nasty thunderstorms or something like that. But that's it. You?
I have gone around for deer. Not 200 to 300 of them, but like 3 standing right next to the threshold of the runway as you're, like, I don't really want to. But usually that one go around, they scatter, so you come back around.
Because you really don't know what they're going to do, right?
No, you have no idea what they're
It's
going
like
to do.
the squirrel, it's in the road.
exactly.
Okay, are you going to keep going? Or are you going to stop and then go back the other way? I'm like, yeah.
I have gone around for a skydiver has landed on the runway. That's a good reason to go around.
Yeah.
No, go around, definitely. That's only happened once. That's pretty rare, actually. But that's something you're always paying attention for and looking out for, because it happens, and we have students, and sometimes the wind conditions are different than people expect, and stuff happens. So, but that's about it.
How about you, Nick? Oh, as he takes a big swig of beer, sorry.
Thanks for that. I was just been thinking
Should've been
about
looking.
it. And quite honestly, I've had so few that now I can't think of an interesting one. It's all been pretty, run of the mill.
By the way, you didn't hear Stefan's audio feedback. Steph hasn't either, because that was one of the feedbacks that we covered with the segment with Miami Rick. But he sent us some audio feedback to kind of defend some of the stats that he presented us with?
I did read his
Okay,
feedback.
yeah, and he talked about one of the things, because Nick had made the statement like 26 go-arounds. I mean, like that's a huge.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Nick questioning things? No. But anyway, he provided an explanation for the reasons for those go-arounds.
Yeah, he's just
Still a
a
lot.
very bad pilot.
That was the bottom line. Yeah, the number one reason.
Stefan, that's Captain Nick at airlinepilotguy.com or I'm offended at airlinepilotguy.com.
Look, if you send me another bottle of
no gin for
Nick.
If you send me a bottle of gin Sol, I'll take it back.
Take the gin back or take your rude statement back?
Both. No, I'll
okay.
keep the gin, take the statement back.
Anyway, so Nick, you'll have to listen to the audio feedback on your own because we have already covered his feedback.
I'll do that.
All right. Liz, how we doing? Is it time for Plain Tales yet? 13 minutes until Plain Tale time. Okay. Oh, yeah, we need to do that. And that's number what? Oh, 7. Okay, let's do number 7. We have some more audio feedback from some dude who claims that he's an air traffic controller in some big tower in some big airport in
Some big city.
Some big city in England. So, some little country. Okay, here we go.
Hi guys, Adam here from the UK. Hope you're all well. Just a bit of feedback about some of the more recent featured appearances of air traffic controllers on the show. Thinking specifically of, I think it was the controller in Miami who was having a bit of a bad day, and then more recently at, I think it was Lakeland, so Florida again, I guess, where I think what happened was that pilot decided to taxi down a different taxiway to the one he was cleared on, I think. But anyway, yeah, just some general comments really. I mean, I've been in ATC now, I've been at Heathrow for 23 years, and it can be a little disappointing when you hear that sort of thing, and I'm sure it's the same for you guys. Certainly in the guy in Miami having a bad day or something, but that just should not happen. I mean, I hope he hasn't got a history of doing that sort of thing, but whatever competency scheme they have running at that unit, that should be being picked up, because you just do not talk to pilots like that on the radio. As controllers, we're providing a service at the end of the day. We're providing a service to flight crew and vehicle drivers and all the other agencies we interact with, but primarily certainly to aircraft in the air and on the surface of the airport and their flight crews. And you go to work, or certainly, this is my own view anyway, you go to work and you prepare to provide the highest level of service that you can. And sometimes that means you have to bite your tongue and just take a deep breath and just don't say anything, or say something other than what you might actually want to say as an emotional response. At the end of the day, I'm relatively safe and sound in my control tower, and I'm going to finish my shift at the shift end time and get in the car and drive home. However, if perhaps I highlight a mistake that a pilot's made, that might have been made for genuine reasons and not intentional. What I don't want is for them to be dwelling on it. As they're taxiing out for departure, they think about the mistake that maybe they made, or if they've misunderstood my tone of voice when I told them that they'd made a mistake. I want them fully concentrating on the checklists, on the taxiing out, on their SOPs, making sure that doing all the things that flight crew do when they're taxiing out and lining up on the runway and taking off and departing into a busy terminal airspace environment. I don't want them thinking about anything other than that. So, it has certainly happened where a flight crew have made a mistake. At my frequency, I don't even tell them. Obviously, if there's going to be a learning point or it's happening a lot, in one particular area of the airfield, then obviously we'll make a report. Potentially we might get in touch with the airline and get them to talk to the flight crew en route and just say, this happened on departure, can you write a report about it, or something like that. It's you just need to be a bit careful. There's no point just saying you've gone wrong, and that just creates a bit of the atmosphere that we saw with the second clip, the interaction at Lakeland, where if the pilot did decide he knew better, or he wanted to change his mind without telling ATC and taxi down a different taxiway, that's not an ideal situation. But even then, as a controller, you just say, okay, sorry, there's been a misunderstanding. Here's how you need, here's where you need to go. Here are the new taxiways. Here's your new clearance. We'll sort this out on the phone, or something like that. It just opens up a whole can of worms, many cans of many worms, if you start arguing or discussing it on the RT. And it's just a bit of a shame that maybe, I guess it's social media and whatever, but it just seems to be slightly increasing in prevalence. We're controllers, we work, my simplistic view is I work for the pilots that I'm talking to. I give them the best service that I can. If I make a mistake, I say, sorry, that's my mistake. Here's what we can do to sort it out. If a pilot makes a mistake, I might not even say so, or I might just say, oh, okay, sorry, I thought you were going to do this. Okay, let's do this instead. Here's plan B. Because we all should be having plan B in our heads as controllers, and C and D and E all the way to Z. Z, not Z, Z. That's what we're paid for, If the whole sort of thing comes tumbling down like a house of cards because a pilot's made a mistake, then it probably wasn't a very resilient plan in the first place. And we should be agile enough to work around it. Let's hope some positive controller interactions are highlighted on APG soon. Otherwise, some of the listeners might be getting the wrong idea. Anyway, hope you're all well, and hope to see you all soon. Cheers. Bye.
No, I agree with you 100%, Adam. I think you're quite right there. That's really it's what people in any professional capacity should be striving for, is to be professional in their job, even when things don't go the way that you're wanting them to go or expecting them to go. I think you, as you said, you deal with the problem in a professional manner, and then if something needs to be changed about it or talked, discussed, debriefed, whatever it is, reprimanded, you do that perhaps after the fact, as long as there's nothing that's occurring in that moment that's a very serious safety concern. So I agree. I think life would be a little bit easier for all of us if we could just recognize that people are human and they're prone to making errors, and they might not understand always every rule and regulation that they're supposed to be following, even though they probably should. But people are going to mess those things up, and there's not much you can do about it except for continue to do your job and help people along the way. But yeah, I think unless there's an immediate safety issue, it doesn't do any good to lose your temper or be angry or snarky or do something that's going to end you up on YouTube videos being made fun of.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
The only thing I can say to all that is,
come on, man.
Oh, I need to put that a little bit louder.
Come on, man.
The secret to good humor is timing.
What were we just saying, Nick, about being professionals and just rolling?
I was just about to interject there and just tell Adam, what a grown-up attitude, and I say that with true sincerity because I having worked with the London controllers and Heathrow. It was like, it is really, they work to a different standard to almost anywhere else in the world. And I think as pilots, we always appreciate that enormously. And, I think it's a job where you really do have to take your ego out of the equation so that you're just going, I'll push that to one side. I'll have a beer after work and complain to my fellow air traffickers about it. But now's not the time to make a big deal. Now's the time to set the pilot straight on what he needs to do to, go down the right taxiway or take the right, do the right maneuver or give the right clearance. But if you take him to task with everything right there and then, Adam is quite correct. You can put the pilot in a mindset where he is now angry and annoyed, perhaps with his own failure, perhaps with the trafficker himself. You end up in a heated conversation over the radio, which is completely inappropriate. And the one thing you can be sure is that pilot's no longer on his job anymore, and he will probably fume about that event for hours. All that time he's a danger to himself and his aircraft, because he's no longer single-mindedly concentrating on what he needs to do. So Adam is quite right. We like to think we get things right most of the time. We probably don't. Air traffickers are the ones that can point us in the right direction. I think we should always accept their advice with humility, particularly if we've made a mistake. But on the other hand, air traffickers should never really lose their cool with the pilot, because he's right. At the end of that air trafficker shift, he unplugs his headset and goes home. That pilot is going to go and fly, and we all know how much concentration we need to do that job well. We can't afford to be distracted.
I was just going to say, it's interesting from my perspective, flying in the same airspace over the course of a number of hours throughout the day, which is kind of a unique thing. Usually you fly from one point to another and you talk to one controller and then another and then another. But it's just interesting to watch how things change, both from pilot perspective, or just, I guess, the way things are managed, handled, the brevity or the lack of brevity as the day goes through its various phases of being busy and then less busy and busy again. You can definitely sense the shift in the tone that people use when they're communicating. You can almost feel their workload rising.
You can hear stress.
You can hear stress on the radio for sure. Even if it's not stress, it's just, wow, there's a lot going on right now, and everyone's trying to do, not just from the controller side, but from the pilot side as well, because perhaps you've been given a frequency to check on and you're like trying to check on, or there's something you need to ask or something you want to do, and you're like, gosh, I just can't get a word in edgewise. So it happens on both sides of the mic there. But you can definitely hear it, in the controllers too, when their workload increases. And those are the times where you really just need to slow down and say, okay, is there any kind of immediate threat here to anything? If the answer is no, keep doing what you're doing, wait for your moment, speak, think about what you're going to say it concisely and to the point, and hopefully when you get the chance to speak and do what you need to do, then it goes very smoothly. When people start getting very flustered, it's very easy to lose your temper quickly or take up more time than you need to, and that just starts to snowball and magnify. So it's kind of a unique perspective I have, and it's interesting just to hear how that changes throughout the day.
That's a good point. Yeah, because as you said, the kind of flying that Nick and I have done, and I presently do, is that we're in an area and then we're gone. We're in a different sector and a different environment where you're flying around all the same,
for 12 hours sometimes.
Very interesting.
And obviously different controllers, different pilots come through and things like that. But
you probably sense different.
You sense different workload levels for sure in the same area.
Interesting. Very cool. Oh, room service.
Good timing.
Okay.
Whoa.
So technical break here, and then after I get the room service here, we're going to go to the plane tail. So
you could
or maybe
stuff your faces.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Whoa, look at that. Wow. Yeah, man. I forgot to tell them I'm with an airline and I get a little bit of a discount. You know, cheap pilots.
Mm-hmm.
I'll leave them a really nice tip.
Does it smell nice?
It smells like Italian food. It smells really good.
Looks good.
Mhm.
Well, from what I can see, most of it's covered up. You know what? While he is gone, why don't we quickly do this piece of feedback and then we'll go to the plaintail. This is from, okay, John, and I was thinking, wait a minute, John's not the big ass fan guy.
It is not.
No. I know. Liz is saying it's from John Picard. Captain Nielsen, I have a bone to pick with you. The Airline Pilot Guy show makes a lot of references to big ass fans.
I mean, we're big ass fans of the big ass fans.
We are. Let me tell you my tale of embarrassment. I was instructing students in basic gas turbines, and I had been teaching the variance lesson in the classroom when I said to the students, meet me down in the hangar. Now, what I wanted to say was next to the high bypass turbofan engine. But guess what I actually said? Meet me in the hangar next to the big-ass fan. Now begins the explanation of why I said that. I mean, who would believe me that it's something that's said a lot on a podcast? Then I had to address the diversity aspect of my comment. Who was upset by the use of the word ass? Let this be a lesson to everyone. Don't listen to APG before going into the classroom. John.
Do we need to have some sort of standard disclaimer that we are not responsible for anything that you may repeat that we have said that may be offensive to any and all any persons?
Yeah, I think Liz said that she has the lawyers on it right now.
Excellent.
We need, this is classic. John sent us a photo and the look on his face is quite damning.
He looks very disappointed in us.
Very disappointed in us. And you know, to be honest, I've seen this look from so many people in my life. It's pretty
Probably
sad.
most recently me.
Yes, very, very commonly. So there you go.
I recognize that.
There's John with that very disappointed look. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, John.
That's excellent, and I love that picture. That's great.
That is great. All right. Well, with that, I think it's now time for us to play this week's installment of the Old Pilot's Plain Tales. And the title of this one this week is this some kind of a hint, Nick?
I think he's trying to tell you something.
I think he is. Sweet Retirement. Take it away.
The Old Pilot's Plain Tales. Sweet Retirement. Built by Fairchild Republic and nicknamed the Warthog, or just Hog, but more formally known as the Thunderbolt II, it was named after the Republic P-47 Thunderbolt, a long-serving World War II fighter bomber with a fine combat record. The Thunderbolt II, on the other hand, was designed for one purpose only, for close air support of friendly troops, attacking armoured vehicles, tanks and the like. It was needed to replace the SPAD, the A-1 Sky Radar, which had done such sterling service during the Vietnam War, but was considered well out of date. The A-10 would have much superior firepower, great protection for the pilot, but still have many of SPAD's qualities, such as a short takeoff and landing run and the ability to absorb significant amounts of damage. Its simple design would enable maintenance with minimal facilities. The proposal was for an aircraft that could help to counter the threat of Soviet armoured forces that might pour across the West German plains. To say that the Warthog was designed around its gun wouldn't be an exaggeration, and when Pierre Spray, a defense analyst and member of the Air Force's fighter mafia, was given the task of writing the specifications, he indicated that the ideal aircraft should have a long loiter time, low speed maneuverability, extreme survivability, and a massive cannon. With this in mind, a separate proposal was put out for a new 30mm cannon with both a high rate of fire and high muzzle velocity. General Electric and Philco Ford took up the challenge, and their work led to the awe-inspiring GAU 8. So substantial that it takes up 16% of the A-10's unladen weight, it measures nearly 19.5 feet, almost 6 meters in length. Its 7 30mm barrels, powered by 2 independent hydraulic systems, rotate so fast that the cannon usually delivers 3,900 rounds per minute and can do even more. A massive payload of shells that vary from armor-piercing incendiary projectiles, high-explosive rounds, and depleted uranium-penetrating cores. At this speed, it takes 18 seconds of continuous fire to empty the magazine. The shells are almost a foot, nearly 30 centimeters in length, and weigh over 1.5 pounds, about 0.7 of a kilo each. Apart from having twice the range, half the time to target, and 3 times the mass of projectiles fired by the more common M61 Vulcan cannon, this remarkable weapon is also extremely accurate. It has an 80% dispersion of only 5 mils, which at its design range of 4,000 feet, that's 1,200 meters, means that 80% of rounds will fall within a 40-foot, a 12-meter circle. The weight and inertia of the ammunition is such that gravity drop is very small, only 10 feet, that's 3 meters, over a flight of 3/4 of a mile. Carrying such a mighty weapon does have some disadvantages. The volume of smoke from the gun is copious and contains no oxygen, so if it enters the engines it can flame them out. As such, when the gun fires, the engine igniters also run. Because the mass of fired rounds has the potential to push the entire aircraft off course, the center of the gun has been shifted slightly to the left. This ensures that the active barrel is exactly on the centerline of the fuselage when it fires. The A-10 was first used in combat during the Gulf War in 1991 and proved to be very effective, destroying more than 900 Iraqi tanks, 2,000 other military vehicles, and 1,200 artillery pieces. It even shot down 2 Iraqi helicopters. It was on an anti-tank mission that we join Rob Sweet in his much-beloved Hog. The war had been going on for a month, and Rob's mission was to hunt down Republican Guard tanks about 80 miles north of the Q-80 border. It was his 30th mission of the war, and he was being led by Captain Stephen Phillis, both of them from the 353rd Tactical Fighter Squadron. They were both a little tense, as they would be operating a long way from help should things go wrong. As they arrived in the target area, both aircraft came under heavy enemy fire, so Sweet and Phyllis followed their standing orders and turned around to exit this hot spot. As they navigated clear, their eyes caught something new, a row of Republican Guard tanks that looked as if they had not yet been hit. A surprise to both Sweet and Phyllis, because the United States had been relentlessly bombing the Iraqis for 30 straight days. Unable to pass up this opportunity, they attacked. Up to that point, Sweet said, although a number of aircraft had been hit and damaged, they had only lost 1 A-10, so there was generally a feeling of invulnerability amongst the pilots. Having dropped his cluster bombs, Sweet was pulling away from the target at 13,000 feet when he heard a loud bang. His aircraft shuddered and quickly went out of control. He'd been hit by an Iraqi SA-13 missile. Looking back, he could see that he was on fire, so he made a bit of a panicky call to his flight lead. "Hey, I'm hit. Out of control. Can't get it under control." And he swore. As he looked down, he saw the ground rushing up, so at 6,000 feet he ejected, coming down right on top of the headquarters of the Medina Republican Guards and about 20 yards from a T-72 tank. After hearing stories of captured troops being boiled in oil, guys talked about riding their aircraft in rather than being captured, Sweet said. Memories of what Vietnam POWs went through his head, but he realized that if you ride it in, you know you're going to die. If you punch out, at least you have a shot at surviving. He felt defeated as he pulled the ejector seat handle, having survived to his 30th mission. In his chute, he drifted right into the area he had been attacking, landing amongst a bunch of enemy troops who climbed out of holes and ran up to him. He didn't even have time to stand up after his parachute landing before they were on him. These guys had been bombed for days on end, so this was their chance for some payback, and they wailed on him hard. He was being kicked and taking rifle butts to the head, but luckily some officers came up and shooed away the Iraqi troops. He was dragged into a vehicle and taken to an underground bunker for an initial interrogation. Sweet was taken into a room of high-ranking Iraqi officers. He was in pretty bad shape now, covered in his own blood from the beating, when a younger officer came in and put a cluster bomblet right down in front of him, shouting in a language he didn't understand. The A-10s had been dropping a mix of cluster bombs, some with different fuse delays, to hit troops who came out of shelter to take a look around. He had no idea how long it had been since they dropped these and was wondering if this one was still live. He didn't make a scene, thinking that if it went off, at least it would take them all out. It took 2 days to get him to Baghdad, and for most of that time he was in an army truck in broad daylight. As an A-10 pilot, he knew just how vulnerable they were to friendly fire, and he wondered if an A-10 might take them out. They drove him around, tied up and blindfolded, and every now and then they would stop. There would be some talking and shouting, and then someone would smack him in the head. He ended up at a prison they called the Baghdad Biltmore, where he left the care of the army and was handed over to what was probably the Mukhabarat, the General Directorate of Intelligence. In their hands, his treatment went downhill fast. A lot of interrogations, beatings, threats with guns to the head and the like. He wasn't asked for a lot of technical information, some tactical questions like when the ground war was going to start. Mainly they wanted to know what religion he was, how many Israeli pilots they had in the Air Force, political questions like his opinion of Saddam Hussein, and theological questions. A shelter full of civilians had recently been bombed, and they brought in a man whose wife and kids had died, and said that he was going to kill him now. They wanted to know which pilot had done the bombing. Of course, Sweet had no idea, but this one event caused him no end of beatings and directed much anger towards him. Again and again they put a gun to his head, and as he tried to shy away they pulled the trigger. There would be a loud click as the hammer fell onto an empty breech. Eventually, Sweet realized that they probably weren't going to kill him. They were bluffing about that, something he put down to his relative junior rank of lieutenant. It also became apparent that even though they were frequently roughing him up, they were going to keep him alive. Food was worse now, only once a day, basically a starvation diet with very little water, which was even worse than the hunger. They continued to beat him and then question him, but as often as not he fell back on his junior rank and claimed ignorance. This wasn't too hard, as he was the only lieutenant they had captured, and most of the pilots they held were captains or above. He revealed that he was an A-10 pilot, but since he'd landed right next to his wreckage, that was pretty obvious. He didn't know when the ground war was going to start. He said that that decision was going to be up to the president, but they got very angry and didn't believe him. They claimed to have shot President Bush and wounded the First Lady, but Sweet wasn't taken in by their lies. He replied by saying that was very sad, but now Dan Quayle would be in charge, and he was likely to use nuclear weapons. He could never be openly rude because they would beat the hell out of him, but he did what he could to keep his spirits up. They liked to hit his head with a cupped hand until eventually they burst his eardrum. When he blew his nose later, he found that snot and mucus was coming out of the damaged ear. During one interrogation, he had surgical tape put over his eyes and handcuffed very tight while they beat his legs with a rubber pipe. They stayed away from his face after the first few videos that they took of people like the RAF Tornado crew, John Peters and John Nickel, backfired. Their obvious injuries had created such an uproar around the world, highlighting the awful treatment that downed airmen were being subjected to, that they shied away from it. Being held alone in a dark room for so long led to some strange hallucinations, particularly when Sweet thought his own cat had walked into his cell, and it took mental discipline to stay away from such things. By now he could only sleep on one side because of a particularly bad beating with a rubber hose. The trick questions and psychological propaganda that they fed Sweet seemed pretty easy to work out. Then the Biltmore was bombed, so they were moved to the Ba'athist Party headquarters, which was another strategic target, and he was in there when that was bombed as well. It was a horrifying experience. They were on the 3rd floor, and bombs were coming in through the roof and blowing up in the basement. He was in a tiny solid cell with a small slit window at the top. A bomb went off nearby, which knocked dust and plaster into his precious water. He was a bit annoyed until a second bomb exploded, which concussed him and knocked him completely across the cell, and the whole ceiling fell down onto his legs. Inexplicably, he was left almost uninjured, and he managed to crawl into the corner of his cell to shelter under his thin blanket. 2 more bombs hit, and the air was so thick with dust and cordite fumes he could hardly breathe. Everyone was yelling to each other through their damaged doors and walls. Somebody was asking who was bombing them, and a British voice dryly replied, "It's the bloody Americans, so I'm sitting here with my bowl on my head." They were taken to another prison, a civilian place, and locked in, all the Americans together. This was when Sweet found out that his flight lead had also been shot down and killed. It was a real low point for him, knowing that his friend had died. This place was where everyone got ill from the food and water. They were only there 4 days until they heard small arms shooting outside, which was apparently because the war was over and they thought they'd won. Sweet got an RAF roommate with a broken leg, but now the attitude of their captors was starting to change, and they began to try to make the prisoners look smarter, shaving them and giving them access to a medic. Then, remarkably, they moved them into a 4-star hotel. There was no power, but they were in their own rooms, and a lady from the International Red Cross was there to advise them that they were going to be repatriated. Sweet had been living on pure adrenaline for 20 days, and now he was eating chocolate and in a hot bath. When he tried to get out of the black water, what he had been through suddenly hit him, and he couldn't even stand. He crawled out on his hands and knees. The very next day they flew them out. Sweet ended up in a hospital ship, where the first thing he did was phone home, and he got an answering machine. They were actually there but were screening their calls, and at last he was able to give his loving family the news that he was alive. It came as an enormous relief, as the whole time he had been posted as missing in action, so his family had no idea if he was dead or alive. Of the 6 A-10s shot down during the war, 2 were on Sweet's mission. As he said, it was a trying experience, but you're pretty much along for the ride. When he returned to his unit, he discovered that Captain Phyllis, in an attempt to take attention away from Sweet, had been trying to draw away enemy fire when he was shot down. Phyllis was killed in action and was posthumously awarded the Silver Star. Over the years, Sweet admits to suffering some problems like survivor's guilt, something that took him a long time to overcome. Lieutenant Colonel Rob Sweet, after a 33-year career flying the Warthog, completed his final flight only a few days ago on the 5th of June 2021 at Moody Air Force Base, Georgia. As he climbed out of the aircraft, he was met with a shower of champagne. "I don't regret going over there, fighting and getting shot down," Sweet said. "That's what I took an oath to do." The Air Force Chief of Staff, General Charles Brown, said, "With your retirement, it will be the first time in the history of our Air Force that we will not have a former POW serving. Thank you for all that you've done."
Wow, what a story, and what a brave, courageous person he is.
Absolutely. Again, my thanks to Jonathan Keeling for giving us the link to the original article, from which I was able to then get more information about Lieutenant Colonel Sweet and his remarkable career in the A-10. I mean, putting aside his time as a POW, 33 years of flying, that one airplane you would have got, you'd known it like the back of your hand, and I have no doubt he was a fearsome operator of that remarkable machine. But that period of his life, it was only 20 days, but I feel that'll be the one thing that he will never ever be able to forget, that period of dreadful treatment he received at the hands of the Iraqis. So yeah, an amazing story. I don't know whether it's a good thing or not that the United States Air Force no longer has a serving member who was a POW. My personal view is it's a great thing. Because it must be awful, and particularly in some of the countries where U.S. servicemen have had to fight. The treatment of downed pilots has been appalling. Iraq and Vietnam immediately come to mind, but Korea was pretty dreadful as well. So yeah, I think the fact that you've managed to keep all your troops, all your airmen safe is a fantastic tribute. But despite that, I love the story. I think Sweet's really honest description of how he coped and what he went through is great. I listened in Maine to an interview he did with a marvelous organization who are just devoted to getting the stories of American POWs and recording them, documenting them, and he gave his interview in such an understated and there's a word I'm looking for which hasn't quite come to my mind, but an understated, and he showed a lot of humility. You just can't help but admire the chap for his resilience. Not just him, but of course there were lots of other Allied troops, ground troops, SAS, American Special Forces, other troops who, ladies, there were some female pilots captured as well who suffered and came out of it the other side, having done a very hard to say do a good job as a POW, but they certainly didn't let the side down when they went through what they did. So I thought it was a lovely story to be able to tell. So thanks very much indeed, Jonathan.
Yeah, Austin in our live audience says, this is why we do SEER training. It's unpleasant, but it'll save your life.
Yeah,
so true.
It will give you a taste of what it's going to be like.
Yeah.
So you've sort of got it straight in your head what's going to happen. But I don't think anything replaces the real thing.
No, I mean, I don't. Yeah, many reasons why they couldn't do something that approaches the actual experience you're going to have. Because basically everybody would leave the armed forces.
Funny,
they want everybody to fly.
I'd be like, I reconsider.
Yeah, I don't think so. No.
A very close friend of mine underwent our equivalent of that resistance to interrogation training, and a long period of being subjected to the sort of techniques that were he was likely to be put under. And he said they did keep you for a while afterwards to see, make sure that you were, completely right in your head. But he said he was on his train journey back home after that, and he really did feel a very strange disassociation with what was going on around him, and he realized he was having sort of mini flashbacks to what he'd just undergone, and he said it was very disconcerting, hugely disconcerting, and he said it didn't just take him days to get over it, it took him months, and he felt he didn't say anything because he felt sure he would be taken off operations if you mentioned it. But even a short exposure can have a significant effect on the rest of your life.
Yeah. Wow. Again, great story, and definitely a sweet retirement. Now, Nick, when I saw the title of your plane tale, I really thought that it was going to be a story about airplanes and their retirements. And I'm thinking, well, maybe I should prepare a little slideshow for everybody to see all of the airplanes that I've flown that have been retired. And so,
well, actually, it's a damn good idea for a plane tale, actually. But
it is a good idea.
So here we go.
So here's the sneak preview
here's my
of Nick's forthcoming plane tale about aircraft that they've flown that have been retired.
And Liz, get ready to do the Reaper, the Grim Reaper overlay. So the first one that has been retired that I've flown was the T-37, the Tweet, made by Cessna. Then we have our the Lizard, the C-141B Starlifter, and the camo.
Those narrow jets.
It does look like
they're just pure jets, aren't they? There's barely any bypass in those.
Low bypass turbofans, yes, for sure. And but it was, I think each one was like 22,500 pounds of thrust. We have
technical timeout.
Huh? Oh yeah, like whatever you think is a. No, like good. I don't care. I'm sorry. We have our little financial thing to take care of the room service.
Oh, they're not putting it on your bill.
Well, I think they are. But she was asking how much of a tip to leave, and I said, make sure it's a really good one.
I'm not too sure.
I'm doing a good job of it right now.
Oh yeah, excellent. Yes.
If airline pilots and doctors got tipped, we might be a bit more generous. But no one ever tipped me ever for doing my job.
I have never. Well, yeah, that's a long story. I was a waiter
I did get
when I was
I did
in
get
college.
one tip, I do get one tip, and that was, can you find another occupation, please?
I have a tip. Yeah, do something other than this flying, 'cause you're not very good at it. Okay, so yeah, I think each. For some reason, I have the thrust rating of each of these engines. I think I still remember is like 22,500 pounds.
Yeah, that's just a little sad, Jeff.
I know. Well,
I was going to say it, but I'm glad you said it before I did.
It's kind of embarrassing.
It's kind of embarrassing, really.
Yeah.
Well, they were stronger and more powerful than the engines on this thing. This thing had the JT8Ds on it. The 727-200. This is an Iberia livery, and here's one in an airline that is very similar to Acme Airlines. Their shuttle.
Your main competitor, I think.
Yes,
or our main competitor.
So that's retired, at least for the company for which I was flying at the time. And here's another one, probably my favorite airplane, the Lockheed TriStar L1011 TriStar, in again Delta's colors. And then, of course, most recently, the Mad Dog MD-88, MD-90. This happens to be the 88, and yeah, so quite a few airplanes that I have flown in my.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Have you flown has there been an aircraft that you've flown professionally that has not been retired other than the one that you are currently flying?
T-38.
Okay, fair enough.
But I don't know if you could say that was professionally flown. I was a student in pilot training. So some people would argue that I did not fly that. Oh, so Liz, thank you.
No, you're being paid even as a student. So
well, that's true.
You're a professional
I was
pilot.
Being paid. Okay, yeah. So the Grim Reaper, what do we call that? The Airplane Reaper. That's what I am. Anytime I fly something, that means it's not going to be around for much longer.
Sorry, 717.
Yeah, well, that's so true too. All right, here we go. Liz, how much time do we have? Oh, we are. Oh, okay.
That's it.
Well, that means that it's now time for us to say goodbye to Captain Nick, because we're going to play the segment that I recorded yesterday with the Miami Rick. So, Nick, you want to say goodbye to everybody? And you can go to bed?
Yeah, get lost.
Sorry. Oh, that was very nice. Very nice.
Sorry, Willie.
So eloquent.
Have a lovely evening and enjoy the dulcet tones of that old Boeing pilot. And I look forward to seeing you on the next show. And you two have a lovely meal together. Don't let it get cold.
Yes, sir.
Oh, no, we've already consumed
Yeah, we pretty much eaten most of it while we were listening to your plane tale.
Yes.
Oh, brilliant. Okay. Well, I look forward to it. Lovely show, and thank you very much indeed.
Thanks,
Good night, Nick. See ya.
Good night.
Bye. Oh.
That's the phone.
Okay. I know what this is. They're going to say, you didn't leave a credit card. You need me to...
I'm out of here.
Credit card?
All right, bye.
Pardon me?
Oh, man. You probably don't need to hear
Oh,
what he's
absolutely. Absolutely. Can I do that in like about an hour or so? Okay, we'll do. Thanks.
I tried to turn down your... So I was just giving away... I was giving fake money to the hotel. That's cool.
They looked at the tip that you gave him and go, oh, yeah, we better make sure that there's a credit card on file for that one.
You said leave a nice tip. I did.
Yeah, I did. I hope you did. Okay.
I did.
Let's see. All right. So now it's time for that segment that we did yesterday with Miami Rick, and I need to do this and share a video file. And we had fun, as you'll see. So here we go. Especially the very first part of it, trying to get this whole thing started. I left it in for your entertainment.
Are you gonna fix it later in post?
No, I probably won't.
Okay.
Yeah. Here we go. We, through the magic of podcasting, are fortunate that we thanks to the thanks to the magic of podcasting, we have someone with us from his hotel studio in
Big D, little A, double L A S.
World traveler, airplane mechanic, Breitling cognoscenti, fitness hound, and international air freight captain. It's Miami Rick.
Hey, how's everybody doing? That was quite the mouthful there.
It was.
But we got this jet off the ground. That's what matters.
Yeah, it took a few attempts, but third time's a charm. All right. So, hey, Rick. Yeah, because of scheduling difficulties and issues, we couldn't get you to join us for the live recording of 477. Mm-hmm. And so I thought, this is the next best thing. We'll just do a little mini segment and cover a couple of news items and a couple of feedback items, get caught up with what you have been up to since the last time that we saw you on the APG, and that'll work out great. What do you think?
No, absolutely, and it's this is a little bit of a behind the scenes as well, because it's a lot of planning goes into putting these shows together. Not only the actual recording and the editing and all that, but getting everyone on the same kind of page as far as schedules and and all that, and time zones, and so it's not easy. And so
I said that that's really one of the hardest, if not the hardest thing about doing the show, is trying to get everybody together at the same time. Yeah, scheduling is right. Not easy.
Nope.
In fact, that's one of the first things that we start talking about after we end our broadcast every week. Liz goes, "Okay, everybody, what is your schedule like next week? When are we going to do this thing?" And and then we try to knock that out as best we can. And sometimes we nail it, and then other times we have to kind of do the best we can.
Yes, sir. So, but here we are. That's the important thing.
All right. Well, let's start right off with some news, and we don't need to do the news sounder, because I think we've probably already done that in the show earlier. So
I believe
yeah. So let's go over to item number 1A in the news.
That is the beginning of everything, 1A.
Yes, 1A. And it's a report from the aviationsafety.net, Aviation Safety Network. And let's see, Cessna 680 Citation Sovereign LV, or maybe that's a 15. I don't know if that's a Roman numeral or not.
That'd be 15, yeah. Oh wait, no.
Okay.
L is 50.
Oh, 55.
And 5 is 5, so 55.
Okay. I mean, if that's even what they're doing with the letters, if they're doing Roman numerals, or if it's just LV, maybe that stands for a Citation Sovereign Las Vegas model. I don't know.
I'm going with that.
Okay. Well, they made a belly landing. The crew silenced the aural alarms of the TAWS, T-A-W-S, in order to avoid such alarms. Good idea? Don't think so. Liz says, how did that work out for them? Okay. The Cessna 680 Citation Sovereign took off from San Fernando International Airport bound for the private... help me out, Rick. Quadrario Rio Juramento.
Of course, this thing just here we go. Because I have my Evernote here. Let me see here. It went from Agropecuaria Rio Juramento, airstrip near Joaquin.
Exactly the way I just did it.
And they made a stop over at the Salta Airport. How about that?
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Why don't you keep going there? You're doing a great job.
It says here the aircraft took off from Salta at 12:15 hours local time, and after 15 minutes of flight with the runway in sight, the crew silenced the aural alarms of the TAWS in order to avoid such alarms, since the aerodrome was not registered in the aircraft navigation database. The following phase, the crew observed a flock of medium-sized birds that diverted their attention. That'll get you.
Yeah.
That'll definitely get you. Close to touchdown, after checking instrument readings and speed, the crew sensed that the aircraft continued to descend without making contact with the runway at the altitude it normally did.
Yeah, I think that must mean attitude, don't you think?
Yeah, that's not good. That would catch me by surprise. While the aircraft was making contact with the runway, the commander and the non-flying pilot role lowered the landing gear lever.
That'll work.
Hey, quick! Was unable to complete the extension. The
aircraft says nobody will notice.
Nope, no one will ever know.
No.
The aircraft decelerated, rapidly, and that's me saying that, on the fuselage for 500 meters over the runway and then exit the runway to the left. With the aircraft stopped, evacuation took place, the passengers were uninjured. The accident occurred during daylight and in good weather conditions. Should we continue on to the probable causes here?
Yes, sir.
All right, so it says here, conclusions regarding factors related to the accident. It says here, prior to takeoff, the cockpit speaker mute function was activated, which was only enabled on the pilot and co-pilot headsets. All warnings and terrain proximity system audios were muted. The crew removed their headsets during the final approach phase. That's how would you do that? The presence of birds during final landing could have been a distracting factor in one of the most critical phases of the flight. I think this is a big one here. Procedural checklists were not used. Yeah. And then I think the one that I guess put the final bow here on the whole
most
thing.
obvious one.
You know, the landing gear was not extended.
Right.
Yeah. This is I don't know. I mean, this is why we have checklists, and I've never flown smaller type airplanes. I've never flown biz af. I've never flown private jets. None of that stuff. But you know, systems work basically the same. You have on the jets that I've flown, all Boeings, thank goodness. The landing gear warning activates under very specific conditions, one of them being that if you're below 800 feet radio altitude and you have the thrust lever at idle, either thrust levers at idle, you'll get an oral warning through the, not only only the speakers, the cockpit speakers. Obviously, the way to silence that is by putting the landing gear down. But you hope it doesn't get to that point, because if you're 800 feet off the ground and you don't have the landing gear down, first you just flew through your stabilized approach gateway, because it's usually 1,000 feet. It used to be 500 feet for visual approaches and 1,000 feet for instrument approaches, but now I think just about every airline out there and every operator out there has brought up that up to about 1,000, right?
Yeah, I think most airlines have. Yeah,
I believe so. So if you get to 800 feet and you don't have the gear down, then obviously you're going to be unstabilized. On these larger airplanes, the gear takes about 300 feet to come down. So that puts you at 500 feet, and then you still have to go to landing flap, which takes about another 50 to 100 feet. So you would certainly blow through the 500-foot gate as well. And really the way to mitigate all of this is by following a checklist and being methodical about that. Now, obviously, landing in an airplane at an airport that doesn't that's not contained in a navigational database has its own challenges, in that you have to tell the navigation system where the airport is, and you kind of have to build an approach based on the lat long of the field. And not only that, but on these newer type airplanes where the pressurization system is tied to the airport being in the database, because one of the I guess important pieces of information about airports contained in the database is the airport elevation. And on these airplanes, newer type airplanes that have an automatic pressurization system, you no longer need Jim in the third seat back there, the engineer working at the cabin altitude. The airplane knows when to begin depressurizing the airplane, at what rate to do it. And if you don't have the airport in the database, then you have to go through a supplemental procedure to kind of do that semi-automatically. And that I don't know how they do that here. And then on top of that, you had the birds. So I think it was like a kind of a high workload type situation. And then you had the birds at the end, and then not use the checklist. So it's just kind of, it just goes with, it's never just one thing. It's always a chain of events that if you let progress to a point, things are good. And it just happens.
Now, I tried to get some more detail regarding this whole thing by reading the accident report, and so I downloaded it, and but I had a little trouble reading it because it was mostly in Spanish.
Yeah.
So, but it wasn't on Simon's website, Liz. But if it had been, oh yeah, sure, he would have said something. But there were a couple places where there was some English, and I think it was mainly because they were quoting out of some of the citation manual, and that's written in English, of course. But there was some reason let's see, prior to takeoff, the cockpit speaker mute function was activated, which was only enabled on the pilot and co-pilot. So it was allowed to do that. They could mute the cockpit speaker, but it still comes through the cockpit headset. So they would have had this warning about the gear. However, the odd one for me is the crew removed their headsets during the final approach phase. It doesn't say why. Why would you remove your headsets during the final approach phase?
That's weird, because if you can mute the cockpit speakers, but you can't mute whatever's coming through your headset. So you get the oral warning through your headsets as well. Is that
maybe? I don't know.
I guess that's the only reason.
Maybe that's why they. Okay.
Because on just about any airplane out there, you do have a gear override switch and a flap override switch and a terrain override switch, which are used under very specific conditions as part of a non-normal procedure, which you're supposed to actually, because oftentimes, say for example, you land single engine. When you land single engine, you don't use your normal flap landing driver. Usually land with flap 20, but if you go below a certain altitude with flaps 20 and the gear down, you're going to get an alert telling you, hey, dummy, you don't
have landing flaps.
Exactly. So you have to actuate your flap override switch. So, but it's kind of weird that you would only get that both in your headsets and your I guess speakers. Like I said, I've never flown Cessnas or BizAv type airplanes, and this might be airplane specific, but that is my guess why they took their cans off, maybe.
Okay. Well, yeah. So it was not a good thing, and they had that distraction at the end with a medium-sized flock of birds or a flock of medium birds. I don't know. They don't have any measurements here about the size of the birds, but anyway, that would definitely be a distraction. But yeah, and probably one of the most critical things which you pointed out, Rick, is that procedural checklists were not used. Well, that's always a recipe for disaster. There's a reason why we have these procedural checklists.
Exactly right. I think it's interesting here how you look at the picture, because I kind of went through this report as well. It's not that long. It's only 20-something pages. Yeah, 29 pages.
Yeah.
And at the very end, they conclude that obviously the reason why this happened, they didn't put the gear down as we've been talking about, because it didn't follow the checklist. And I thought it was interesting how they covered the engines up, because of so you go down to the part of the report 1.3 there where it says daños en la aeronave, which means damage to the aircraft, and there no damage to the engines whatsoever. So I guess they were able to salvage those, and I don't know if they.
That's good.
Yeah, I don't know if they were able to. I'm sure they're going to be able to just, I guess, fix this thing up and fly it back out.
Yeah,
but I guess we'll see. But interesting.
Yeah, we thought that was an interesting one. A cautionary tale, Liz adds.
Quite.
Let's go to 1C, which is an accident that occurred on March 21st of 2020, so a little over a year ago. Let's see, an American 757-200, registration November 193 Alpha November, performing flight 2341 from Miami, Florida to Las Vegas with 50 passengers and 8 crew, landed on Las Vegas's runway 26 left at a little after midnight, about midnight 30 local time, but struck its tail on the runway surface. The aircraft rolled out without further incident. The FAA reported the date and time of the occurrence. Well, this part doesn't matter. According to the FAA, the aircraft received substantial damage when it experienced a tail strike on landing. This occurrence was rated an accident. I guess it must have met the threshold for the amount of money it's going to, or the damage and the money it's going to cost to fix it. A number of flights assigned to the aircraft were canceled in the following days. On the 25th of March, the aircraft was positioned from Las Vegas to Roswell, New Mexico, cruising at a maximum of flight level 250, maybe because of the fact that the pressure bulkhead had been breached, and
you're still pressurizing at 25. So if
yeah, that's true.
So
yeah, that is odd. Yeah, I don't know why. You know, if it was completely unpressurized, then they would have been at 10.
10, no more than 11. Yeah.
And Las Vegas to Roswell, New Mexico is not that long of a flight, is it? It's pretty close.
Yeah, I wonder what
they could have easily done it at 10.
Is there terrain out there? I feel like the MSA is
Oh,
to get from
yeah.
one place to the other. Could that be it?
Probably is. Yeah.
No.
Let's see. So on the reason why we're talking about this right now is on the 9th of. Oh, by the way, they said that they moved it to Roswell, New Mexico for storage. As an editorial note, other American Boeing 757-200s were also positioned to Roswell in the following days, obviously for long-term parking. So it's hard to discern whether or not they put it there for like long-term parking, like forever, or just to put it somewhere until the pandemic was over. But anyway, on the 9th of June of this year, 2021, the NTSB released their final report, concluding the probable cause of the accident was excessive pitch attitude at touchdown. Due to staffing issues related to COVID-19, Las Vegas Tower and Tracon were at ATC 0. Okay, so everybody left the tower. It was an uncontrolled airport, basically. And the arrival was handled by Los Angeles Air Route Traffic Control Center. Okay, so they were with LA Center for the arrival. Captain was a flying pilot. The first officer was monitoring. According to the flight crew, the flight was cleared for a visual approach. They monitored the ILS 26 left as a backup, which is what we usually do, have some kind of an underlying approach as a backup when we're doing a visual. The flight crew reported that the winds were 040 degrees at 8 knots, a slight tailwind. Visibility was greater than 10 miles and a thin layer of broken clouds at 17,000 feet. The captain conducted an approach briefing, and the first officer conducted a landing distance assessment to account for the slight tailwind. That's good. The first officer reported the approach was normal and stabilized, and they encountered a slight downdraft in the flare. The captain disconnected the autopilot at about 400 feet above the ground and the auto throttle system at 200 feet. Flight data recorded data indicated that the pitch attitude was about 7 degrees at touchdown, but as the ground spoilers deployed, pitch attitude increased to 10.9 degrees. There was a 3 to 5 knot crosswind at touchdown. Post-flight inspection of the airplane indicated the underside of the rear fuselage struck the runway, resulting in damage to the skin, frames, and aft pressure bulkhead. So, the weather was not bad, slight tailwind. Seems like the 7 degrees at touchdown is kind of high, but as long as you don't let it go more than that, right, Rick? Yeah, that should be fine.
Yeah. So the 7.5 and the 7.6 are very similar in the way they kind of similar in the way they land. So the position of the spoiler panels along the core of the wing have a huge impact on a very, very noticeable pitch up moment when the panels deploy. And so if you are already kind of behind the power curve, because clearly your normal touchdown attitude on 7.6s and 200s is different from 300s, and 7.5s are slightly different as well. But generally, you're coming in at about 2.5 degrees, 3 degrees, and then when you flared at touchdown, you're only coming up a degree, or degree and a half, 2 degrees tops. So that puts it about 5 degrees. So 7 degrees is a little high, which tells me that they may have bled some of that airspeed prior to touchdown. And so they're already behind the power curve. They're already behind rep speed. Instead of again, I wasn't there, not casting aspersions. I'm not saying the guys are, but instead of arresting that descent rate with a little bit of power, I guess the initial reflex was to bring the nose back, which would put you even lower, even more behind the power curve there. And so, as the airplane touched down and the spoiler panels deploy, that gives you that nose up moment. And you are already at 7 degrees pitch, and so it just takes fraction of a second for the spoilers panel to pop, and then the tail to scrape, and that's the reason why a lot of these 767-300s have these fuselage issues, these slap-down rate issues, because you get a little slow on approach, the panels up, spoilers up, and you are in order for you to try to counteract that, you actually introduce a nose down input into the yoke, and then the nose slaps down, and then you get the fuselage breakages. So
then you slap the nose gear down and do damage to that.
Exactly right. So I guess the moral of the story here is disconnect. What I always done, and what's on the book here on the flight crew training manual, it says when you disconnect the autopilot, disconnect the auto throttle as well, because the auto throttle, if you disconnect the autopilot but you leave the auto throttle on, remember that the auto throttle is keeping your selected speed, whatever speed you have up in the mode control panel, and the amount of power required to keep that speed dialed in depends on the pitch that you have, because if you go faster, you down, you're going to go faster, the auto throttle is going to come back. Conversely, if you pitch back and you go slower, the auto throttle is going to go up. And so they're kind of at a point, at a very, very short final, you are really flying, kind of a non-speed AOA type thing, like you're coming into a carrier, where you control your descent rate with power and your speed with pitch. And if you have your auto throttle on, then it's kind of working against you. And he disconnected that at 200 feet. So maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe it doesn't. Moral of the story: disconnect them both, and just fly VREF +5 or whatever your additive is until the flare, bleed that off and touch that ref, and you'll be out of the woods.
It's a weird thing on the 88 and 90. It's exactly what hand flying where turn the throttles. You didn't have to, but there was a certain altitude where they were required to be disconnected unless you were doing an auto land. Of course, you had to have the whole thing connected for that.
Yeah.
But on the 717, it's pretty much normal policy on the jet. I mean, you don't have to, but almost everybody does this and leaves the auto throttles connected. But you're right. It's kind of weird because sometimes you get in this little tug of war with the throttles. It starts adding power, which makes you get up a little bit too high, and then you bring the nose back down. The power comes. Sometimes it's just easier to just disconnect those as well, and and that way you're working the final portion of your right before the flare and landing, and you know what is going to happen with the power because you're the one controlling it, not the auto throttle system. So
and so on the 777, when it flew the 777, it was the 77 because you would a lot of people would leave the auto throttle on, and the system automatically brings the thrust back to idle as if you were flying an auto land procedure, and you disconnect the auto throttle and you engage select reverse thrust. It's not the case in the 75 and 76. The only time that the thrust will come back to idle is when you are doing an auto land. It's not a triple channel auto land. So if you're going to do a Cat 1, it's just manual landing, disconnect one, disconnect the other, and then keep yourself out of trouble.
Very good. All right. Well, a shame, and it happens. It's and who knows really whether or not this is going to be an airplane that they're going to end up repairing and flying again or not.
Yeah, and then again, as I said, just once again, I don't know what happened. I'm not casting aspersions. We're just talking about what happened here, and glad that nobody was hurt.
Yeah, me too. All right. Well, that's it for our little segment within a segment, our news segment, and now is a good time to kind of talk with Rick and see what he has been up to since the last time he was with us on APG.
Yeah, it's been a little while, but so I did my last batch of out and backs to Hawaii, and I'd go to my usual place there for dinner, and the lady would be like, "It's you again." I'm like, "Well, you started."
Do you have a life?
So that's really funny because I walk in and then she already knows what I want. She's like, same thing, same thing.
Do they do like Rick, like in Cheers, Norm.
Hey, everybody knows your name, right?
Right.
So, so that was nice. So, but it's nice to get a little bit of a variety in your flying. So I did my last trip to Ontario from Honolulu. I got in at something like before that 5:15 in the morning, 5:30 in the morning in Ontario. Obviously, go home day, right? So. I had the company rent me a car, and I just drove from Ontario up to Shell Beach and spent the week off with Kaya and her parents there and all the dogs, and just kind of just relaxing, just taking it easy. We have a new puppy. I think I talked about this, a new Belgian Malinois that we're working with, and so we took her down to the beach and teaching her how to swim and all that. So it was just spending time, just disconnecting from aviation, which is it's good. Every once in a while, you just kind of have to plug yourself off and just recharge, I guess. So after that, at the end of those days off, I drove back from Shell Beach down to Ontario to begin this trip. So the idea was to record on the road from Ontario down to from Shell Beach down to Ontario, and it wouldn't have worked. It was just California traffic, the 101, then the 210, and it was a Friday as well, and I had a brilliant idea of trying to beat the traffic in LA. That didn't work because there's always traffic in LA. So
true.
Finally made
Sadly.
it to, oh man. Finally made it to Ontario, returned the car, and then it was just time to go to bed because I had an early go the following morning. Flew from Ontario up to Rockford, just south of Chicago there, and then across to Stockton, and then yesterday out of Stockton into Fort Worth Alliance, and then here I am. I'm going to be on the road until the 24th, doing this all over again. So tomorrow, I fly from here to, it's a two-legger, so from here to Tampa up to Rockford again, and then the following day, Rockford, Ontario, and then I have a day off there, and then I do it all over again, the same kind of loop, finishing on the 24th. So that's kind of what I've been up to. I tell you, we have such a beautiful country, just flying from East Coast to West Coast and just kind of flying during the daytime, which is a little off to me. It was funny, I posted a picture on there, and somebody said, that's a really bright moon. It's got I was like, well, it's actually the sun. Making fun of me.
Very bright moon.
Supposed to be a afraid dog over here, which I am at heart. But and I do prefer the flying at night. But just getting to fly over, during the daytime, looking outside and seeing this beautiful country of ours, it's just great.
It is. Well, speaking of pictures flying during the daylight, somebody happened to snap a couple of pictures of you landing at Fort Worth Alliance. Yesterday, I guess?
Yeah, yesterday.
Or was that today?
Yesterday evening. Yesterday evening. Okay. It was during the golden hour, the magic hour. Look at that.
Yeah, I've tried to disguise the aircraft. Just don't look at the tail, people. So there's Rick. You can see if you zoom in, I can see Rick's smiling face there.
You can see my watch.
Yeah. And here's another one. And I just like to,
for those that are on the audio podcast, I suggest pausing whatever it is that you're doing, pull off the road to make it safe, and then look at the level of craftsmanship of this.
I am a master Photoshop guy.
You are
not.
You are. I think you're giving Captain Nick a run for his money here.
I know. So, I mean, it's seamless. You can hardly even see where I blocked out the name of the airline that you're flying.
Yeah, that must have taken you weeks. So,
well, it actually took a few seconds right before we started recording.
I'll commend you for your work.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have so much talent in so many different areas. Anyway, I just thought it would be fun to show that. And well, this one, I did a better job on that one.
Yeah, that was good. I just wanted to thank Lone Star Aviation Photography out here. He tried to come out and get a picture of me last time I came through here, but as we know, as the year progresses and we get closer and closer to the equinox, the days get longer, and so that my scheduled time last time I came through here was the same, but obviously the sun had set by then. But this time around, we got lucky. So I thank you very much for that. Picture's just fantastic. I retweeted you on there, and people seem to really like it.
Excellent. All right. Well, I guess that means that we can move on now to our little mini feedback segment. And let's see, we were going to start with 13A, I believe. Yeah, here we go. This is feedback from Tom Seagraves in Columbia, Missouri. He says, maybe Miami Rick has some insight on this thing that he's linked to, since Hawaii has been his jam in the very recent past. And this is from thedrive.com, the war zone. And the headline is, Hawaii-based F-22s scrambled on FAA's request, but nobody will say why. And the alert mission was described as an irregular patrol with no indication of what prompted it. A pair of F-22 Raptors were launched on an alert scramble out of Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam on Sunday at around 4 p.m. local time. A third F-22 joined the mission about an hour after the pair's departure. A KC-135 was also launched to support the fighters. Hawaii News Now reports that the scramble, described as an irregular patrol, was initiated at the request of the FAA, which reported an incident, although nobody is providing any clear information in regard to what the catalyst for the prolonged scramble mission was. The 199th Fighter Squadron, a Hawaii Air National Guard unit that is part of the 154th Wing based at Hickam Air Force Base, provides the alert capability for the state, with at least 2 jets equipped with full armament and wing tanks, and they're always on standby to scramble, along with at least 1 spare. Scrambling on request of the FAA is not uncommon. It happens for things like potential security situations aboard airliners, or to provide eyes on to stricken aircraft, or even to investigate unidentified aircraft. You can hear just what this process is like in this past special feature of ours. Okay, you'll have to watch or look at this article that we'll have linked in the show notes if you want to check that out. It says, what's odd here is that usually there's a fairly straightforward messaging regarding these events. Even when Russian bombers, fighters, surveillance aircraft approach U.S. shores, the U.S. military is usually open about the encounters. As to why this intercept is not being addressed clearly is somewhat puzzling, and there could be a national security issue involved, issuing an immediate and detailed response problematic. This is likely the case based on a cryptic statement that the Star Advisor obtained. The Hickam-based, here's the statement, the cryptic statement. The Hickam-based Air Force Command added that the FAA requested that U.S. Indo-Pacific Command conduct an irregular air patrol, and the situation resolved, prompting the fighters in a KC-135 Strato tanker to return to base. We cannot discuss further specifics of the situation. So, what did you do, Rick? What did you do that caused the FAA to scramble these fighters?
Well,
do you want to talk about it or not?
I'm not at liberty to say.
Okay.
But,
darn it.
The FAA did send a statement that says that the FAA has a close working relationship with the military. That is from Mr. Ian Gregor. So that's all they're willing to say.
That's it, huh?
But yeah, that's it. And yeah.
Okay.
No, but seriously, I mean, I have no idea. I mean, we see the and you can hear the 22s over Hawaii all the time, especially for Honolulu. When I land over there, you can hear them in the distance. They have a very, very distinctive sound to them. But and obviously, you know, the strategic value of the islands, and it's no secret that Hickam's been there since the early 30s, and obviously that's where Pearl Harbor happened, and there's a high density population area and all that. So, I don't know. I mean, I guess your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah. So you don't know. Well, Tom's going to be disappointed.
I'm sorry, Tom.
Yeah, well.
But I'll let you know as soon as I find out.
All right. Get on it.
Yep.
That's Liz says that's why you stopped flying to Hawaii. They took you off that route.
They don't want me there anymore. It's like that route guy. Keep him the hell away.
Yeah, Rockford and Tampa and Stockton, Ontario. That's okay, but keep them away from Hawaii, please.
Yeah, just keep them away.
Oh man, that's funny. Here's a good one. This was sent in by Ryan. It's from the Aviation Herald. It's an interesting one here with good video. One of the highest speed aborts I've seen. What are your thoughts, crew, on the risk-benefit balance of rejecting takeoff during a bird strike near V1? Obviously, rejecting takeoff on a wet runway at high speed carries some risk, but would a bird strike always be reason to abort? I think Ryan knows the answer to that. No, not always. You have to analyze the situation very rapidly to determine whether or not and it depends on where it happens during the takeoff roll. And we have some video, as you mentioned, that I'm going to play here, share on the video, and then we'll have it linked, of course, to on our webpage for the show notes for those of you who are not watching the video. And here we go. We have the stream. Okay, it's rolling down the runway. 737. St. Vincent. Oh.
There's about to take off, Anna. There's an about to take off. What's that? It's an about to take off, and I show why.
And that man is correct. It is an aborted takeoff, and he's not sure why. So there was no wild speculation for this bystander, this witness. This was in St. Vincent. It was an American Airlines Boeing 737-8 MAX. Oh, there you go. That's why. It was a MAX. I'm just kidding. That's not the reason why. November 339 Sierra Uniform performing flight 1427 from St. Vincent to Miami was accelerating for takeoff from St. Vincent Argyle Airport's runway 22 when a flock of birds flew up and a number of bird strikes occurred. The crew rejected takeoff at high speed and were able to stop the aircraft before the end of the runway. Oh, you know what? I think I should probably play that video again and let it go a little bit longer. I think that there's more to it. There might be a little bit of video toward the end. No, wait. No, I don't think this one had that video on the end. There is a video out there from the passenger viewpoint looking at the left wing, and you can see...
Yeah, it's different. It's a different video.
Okay, different video. Oh, well. I'll try to get that video linked up in our show notes so you can watch that. But there is a still that we have in our Evernote note showing these seagulls being dispersed. It looks like they're all seagulls to me as they are taking off here. And they're one got sucked into an engine. I don't know. It doesn't really tell us if they had any unusual engine parameters or anything else. This is pretty much all we have at this point on this incident. So what do you think, Rick? Do you think it was that? It didn't look to me like a super high speed abort. I'm not sure. Did you have your stopwatch going to see how fast they were going at 20 seconds?
So the at least in our FOM, the definition of a high speed abort is anything above 80 knots. So anything above 80 knots is high speed. But I don't know. It's certainly in the hundreds. You know, it's must have been going on. I don't know how fast, but certainly above 100 knots to me. And if you look at where the abort actually happened. So usually what you do with these big powerful engines is you try to use as little thrust as possible and use as much of the runway as possible to get off the ground and obviously save fuel and noise and all that stuff. And so the place where this happened tells me that it was what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, high speed abort. We're talking about the most critical, in my view, phase of the flight, because that is you're close to the ground, you're low energy, and you are that's when you're requiring the most amount of thrust out of the engines. The most stress on the entire propulsion system and all that. And so, what I've always done in these types of situations, and what's on the book, is you call V1, which is your decision speed, go no go speed, 5 knots prior to the actual V1, because there is a startle factor and there is a reaction time. Remember, if you reject your takeoff after V1, then you are not guaranteed stopping within the confines of the runway. You might have a 14,000 foot long runway, which is not the case here. But V1 also takes into account the ability of the brakes to absorb the energy required to stop the aircraft. So it's not only a runway length thing. It's a variety of factors. What I do, particularly when I'm very, very heavy and the runway is very balanced, which means a balanced runway, basically what that means is that if you stop the takeoff, if you reject the takeoff at V1, you'll stop right at the end of the runway. If you have an engine failure, and you opt to continue with the takeoff, you will overfly the end of the runway at 30 feet if the runway was dry, and at 15 feet if the runway was wet. So that's balanced field. So when I'm very, very close to that, very performance limited takeoff, I'll actually take my hand off the throttles. I'm looking at the speed, obviously, the trend, and obviously my FO is calling the decision speed, rotate speed, and all that. But I'll actually take my hand off the thrust levers about 10 knots before V1. And 10 knots per hour, whatever happens, we're going flying, because just the amount of energy that takes to stop that airplane, it's a lot. It's a lot. So these guys did a fantastic job, though. I think it was. I would have done the same. I would have stopped the airplane, because it's you're on the ground. Clearly, the numbers are something that we evaluate and calculate very, very carefully. And if the numbers say that the plane can stop, then it stops. And I've actually rejected a takeoff, not because of an engine issue ever. It was back when I was an FO, a captain forgot to lock his window, and the window flew open on the takeoff run, and we rejected about 130 knots. And I tell you, the brakes work. But the idea is not to get to that point. So, but yeah, I think these guys did a great job. Yeah.
Yeah, above 80 knots in our jet, basically the only thing that we're supposed to stop for is engine failure, a fire, a wind shear caution or warning, predictive wind shear caution or warning, or we just don't think the airplane's going to fly. But below 80 knots, pretty much almost anything.
Exactly.
We'll just abort for.
And that's exactly the briefing that we go through. Yeah. So prior to V1, we'll reject from any master caution, master warning, engine failure, fire, predictive wind shear of the aircraft, and it'll run safe to fly. That's
so. And in this case, so that really, I guess the only one that it might apply to is you don't think it's going to fly because of whatever you just, possibly sucked into the engine with the bird strike. If you're above that 80 knots or whatever they use for high-speed regime.
Yeah, and not only that, but you are slow enough where you think that you're gonna where the airplane's gonna stop, and then again you're worried about stopping the aircraft. And if you elect to go, you don't know what's further ahead. Is there another flock of birds when you take off and you rotate the aircraft? Is there a flock of birds just above the runway? Remember, there was I believe it was an E3 Sentry AWACS airplane that crashed because it flew into a flock of birds right after rotation. And so it's birds are the bird might be the word, but you don't want to fly into them when you're taking off. So
no, but to be fair, I mean, it is their world that we're flying our big metal birds in, right?
Exactly. We're just the idea is to be neighborly here, and sometimes it's just worlds collide. So, but great job.
I mentioned one of the big four, for aborting prior to V1 and after the, when you're in the high speed regime. One of those is predictive wind shear caution or warning. Yesterday, pulling onto the runway in Atlanta, there was a pretty significant thunderstorm cell just to the north of the airport. But so we were 90 degrees, we're just about to turn onto the runway, so we're pointed due north, and the radar was on, and as we were like advancing the throttles to get the airplane onto the runway, the predictive wind shear system was looking at this cell, thinking that we're about to take off right there, heading toward it, and all of a sudden it goes, wind shear, caution, wind shear ahead, wind shear ahead. Exactly. and so I just assumed, because I'm looking out the window and, lining up the airplane, I'm assuming that he was just then turning on the radar and then just put it to the test position, because that's what you hear when you're testing the wind shear caution and warning, predictive wind shear caution and warning system. When you test the radar, that's one of the things you're testing for. And he was kind of startled as well. And he goes, we looked at the display, sure enough, it wasn't that test pattern that you normally see. Yeah. It was like the real deal. It was going, no, don't fly, straight ahead, because this is going to be a bad thing. There. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, it's really funny. Now that you mentioned the test, the test pattern, it's the funniest thing. That is the biggest fail of your pre-flight. If you go to turn the radar off, the radar on, and you see the on it, it's funny because I was jump seating, or I guess deadheading with the captain that was doing is getting his annual line check on there. He goes to turn the radar on, and there's a big test pattern on it, and obviously the checker, I'm sitting between it, he was like, Obviously, quickly went down.
Gets his notebook out.
Went down and put exactly. Went down and put the radar selector on weather turbulence where it's supposed to go. But you don't want to see that. You don't want to see that when turning the radar on.
That never happens. I've never seen it ever happen.
I've never done that. I've never done that.
No,
never. So,
I've never transmitted to air traffic control frequency on interphone.
No, neither.
Why are they not answering me? Oh, maybe I should go back to the other frequency and tell them I got the radio.
I love it when you. Well, I haven't done this in a long time because obviously I play boxes now. But back in the day, I remember what this one guy was doing his entire PA on the guard frequency of 21.5, and after he was done, everybody was like, "That was a great PA. That was great," and everybody was just pulling his leg. So it's never. These things are myths. They never happen.
Yeah, never. Yeah, I think one of the longest PAs I ever gave, it was a good one, because all the people that were listening on the primary air traffic control frequency told me. I thought it was really good, including the air traffic controller and probably a dozen other pilots on that frequency. I went, oh man. Yeah. Anyway, it happens to the best of us.
That's right.
All right, last one we're going to cover here, Rick, is this next one, item 15. This is from Stefan, the guy that tried to send me some gin, and I screwed up, and it got sent back to him. But he's sending it back to me again.
All right.
And we mentioned that he sent in some feedback showing us all those stats in his logbook, and more than just takeoffs and landings, and well, not takeoffs, but landings and hours logged and all that kind of stuff, but all the other details. And we kind of poked fun at him a little bit, I think. Well, he decided that he was going to send us some more audio feedback and explain himself. So
all right.
Said he's got some splaining to do here, so let's go ahead and play this audio from Stefan.
Hello APG team, hello Captain Jeff, hello everybody. This is Stefan from Hamburg calling. Thanks for posting my statistic regarding flight logging on a recent episode, and I'd like to clear up some misunderstandings. First, why do I have such a detailed statistic? Well, because some flight logs offer this feature. You can make a little note here, little we call that Häkchen, I don't know the English name for that, and a little mark there, and you can add some numbers here, and you can put it all together in a statistic. I recently even posted an actual track statistic on Twitter. I maybe can attach it here to this posting. But anyhow, I like to clarify my 26 go-rounds, which Captain Nick says, hey, what are you doing? So many go-rounds? Well, it's 26 go-rounds in, once again, 26 go-rounds counting since
in a day.
1989. That's when I start commercially flying.
It was over a week.
So that's 26 go-rounds and 8,302 flights.
Wow.
That means every 319th flight, I did a go-round. Or not I, my colleague did a go-round, or when I was a FO, my captain did a go-round. That comes up to a go-round every 670 flight hours. Actually, the captains did 3 go-rounds in that period when I was a first officer. The remaining 23 go-rounds were done by me when I was a captain. And most of those go-rounds were done by, not fulfilling the stabilized approach criteria. That comes together, well, I have to count that again, to 13 go-round to unstabilized, which means we had too much tailwind, there were gusts, there was even a one bounce landing that was very embarrassing because it was during my first line check. And also, since I was a trainer, also that the colleague next to me was inexperienced and it did a go-around during training. 8 go-rounds were done by or instructed by ATC, mostly because separation minimas, they were not fulfilled. For example, one separation minima was busted by ATC, not busted, that's the wrong word, was in London. I was flying behind a small Citation jet, and he got so slow to 90 knots ground speed or something that I had to did a go-round behind that. 4 go-rounds were done by weather, because I was at minimum and I couldn't see the runway, or it was a thunderstorm ahead, or even equipment failure during a Cat 2 approach. Radar altimeter failed, so I had to do a go-round. 2 go-rounds were done because actually the runway was blocked right in front of me by a disabled aircraft or a disabled airport, because something went wrong there, and so I had to send me away. I don't know if that's much, 26 go-round in this career. I just did a logging on that. Maybe you have to ask my company if that is normal for my company. Well, anyhow, most interesting is that if I mention the number 16 diversions, they say, oh, that's a bit, that's much. The statistic on this one, I did 16 diversions, 7 or returns also, that I flew off maybe Frankfurt and returned to Frankfurt. 16 of those, from those 16 diversions, 7 were done due to weather. I couldn't land at the destination. 2 were done by rerouting by the company. I remember one was 2 of them was a ferry flights, and while we were en route, they sent us to another airport. 2 were by blocked airport. I mentioned that before. 4 were due to technical reasons, something break during my flight, and I had to return. 1 was technical reason with the AT. I landed in Keflavik. Landings. I was wondering why I was doing much more takeoffs than landings. Well, actually,
I still do.
You got the numbers wrong. I had 5,297 real landings, not simulated or nothing, but only 3,828 on a jet. So this is during real operation, the landing I did. And I did 4 takeoffs more than landings, because maybe it was a Cat 3 approach or something, I had to transfer controls due to various reasons. That could be. So the difference is only 4. Regarding the passengers, I was counting since 2009, when I was starting to count my passengers. I got 239,942 passengers, which sounds like a bit, but in a short range flight, you can collect during a day much more passengers than on a single flight on the A380. By the way, on the A380 in my 5 years, I had 114,360 passengers on board.
I have a question for Stefan. Do the passengers get irritated when you're like, or like you get distracted when they're coming on and you go 1, 2, 3, and then somebody asks you a question, and then you go, okay, we're going to have to start this all over again.
Everybody, everybody get back on the plane.
Everybody. Yeah, right, we got to start over again. Right, somebody distracted me.
Don't distract me. This is important stuff.
Yeah. All right.
And also I did special logging starting on the A380. In the 5 years I was flying it from November 15th till March 21, I collected or I transported 14,237 metric ton payloads. That's, I don't know if that's much or not much. A cargo guy like Rick probably will laugh about it. But now comes also the bad part, because, you know, this is the environmental thing. We took off in those 5 years. I took off altogether with an amount of 32,723 tons, metric tons of fuel. And of those numbers, I used up 30,377 tons fuel I burned during the flight. Well, a lot of numbers. Probably the crickets are going by right now. Enjoy your podcast, everybody, and greetings from Hamburg, Germany. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Stefan. I mean, this is really fascinating to me.
It is. It really is.
It'd be kind of interesting to see what our stats would be if we took the time to actually log these things.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
No, I mean, and I know we're kind of, you know, good-heartedly here, you know. Just,
right.
But it really is. It really is fascinating, and it really puts things in perspective. And it's funny because I had to go around. What was it? 2-3 weeks ago, going into Kona. We were going into the ILS to the North Runway, and then usually what I'll do is right after I select landing flap, and you know you reference what your ref speed is plus whatever additive you have. I'll go to the progress page 2, and that'll on the CDU there, control display unit, and that'll give me what my actual crosswind factor is and tailwind or headwind factor is, and I always use that to reference what the wind is, right? And so very, very short final, the wind rotated from a quartering headwind to a quartering tailwind, and it went above the 10 knot limitation for us, so I had to go around. You know, so you just go around. The funny thing is that it was my first officer's first ever actual go around on the 7.6. He hadn't flown a go around. Well, I flew a go around, but he'd actually never experienced a go around before, and he said that it was very, very different than the simulator. It felt, you know, the kick in the pants that you get from those engines spooling up. You know, it can surprise some people, and but it was fun. You know, came back around, did the visual to the other side, landed no problem. So. But I didn't keep track. I mean, I didn't add that to my tally, I guess.
We even have some visual aids that he sent in.
Oh, look at that.
And again, we'll have this in our show notes. If you're watching the video, I'm displaying it right now. These are some a visual depiction of his flight routes. And I think I have another one here. I don't know if I have to hit this again. I think I do. Oh, wait. No. I thought I was sharing it. I guess I wasn't. Okay, let me try that again. It was being shared? Okay.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay, and let's see. Here's the other one. I think this is a different one. Same colors, but look at that. Huge number of flights. So again, if you want to see the visual depiction of Stefan's flights, look for the link in the show notes. Thank you, Stefan. And as Rick said, this is all good-hearted. We're actually very impressed.
Very, very much so.
You have all these stats. And you're such an evil person. Look at all that fuel he burned. Oh,
I know.
Terrible, terrible person you are. Okay. Just kidding, of course. And looking forward to getting that gin, Stefan. And I'll let you know when I do. And I'll let you know what I think. And that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe will do it for today's little segment with Miami Rick. And anything else to say, Rick, before we go?
Well, I will miss you guys tomorrow, and I hope that you have a great time. And I think it's time for me to go get some barbecue.
Ooh, that sounds good. All right. Well, I guess we'll throw it back to myself and Steph and Nick in the studio. Here we are. Well,
hey.
Nick's not here, though.
No, Nick left. He went to bed.
Slacker.
It's getting dark here, too. Jeez.
Yeah.
It's not really that dark in this room, but
No.
I don't know. The light is very. The lamps have like a mood lighting thing going on, which I'm not sure.
Hey, babe.
Hey.
See if I can turn some more
No,
light.
that didn't even make any difference. No, just the lampshades are very like.
Oh, wait a minute. You go ahead.
Beige.
Keep talking.
No, the lampshades are beige. They're not like bright, and the light bulbs must be like 20 watt or something. I'm not sure.
Don't pay attention to what
It's
I'm
not
putting.
even dark outside yet, but all it's doing is picking up the light from these lamps.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Most of the lighting came from the outside.
Yeah. I mean, it is much more indirect now, and if the sun is going to set in another like 10 minutes.
Yeah. Hey, baby. And I'm not even going to mention what the name of that
I saw
sound
that.
clip is.
Please don't. That's terrible.
And Steph was going, what is he doing?
I'm just going to roll with that and not ask questions.
It's best not to ask any questions. Anyway. Oh, okay. Steph has a date with the bartender guy, according to Liz, so I need to wrap it up. Okay.
The guy from the other night? What's going on with the light?
What's going on with the light? It's like, so it's not just my imagination that was doing weird
the
stuff.
light did weird things just now. So
Okay. I don't think there's only one position of the light switch, so I don't know what's going on.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, maybe that is true. Liz says that they're adjusting the lighting in my room until I come downstairs and give them a credit card imprint.
We haven't paid for the dinner that we ate.
No.
yet.
But I will. Don't worry. Are we having some kind of brownouts here in Charlotte?
Apparently.
No. Anyway, so yeah, that was a lot of fun doing that segment with Rick. Hope you enjoyed that. And as we mentioned earlier, Nick had to leave us because it was getting kind of late in the UK. And for us now, Liz, I think it's about time to wrap this thing up, isn't it? Okay. So... Oh, it's longer than 3 hours. Sorry about that. Okay, so that means it's time for us to do this. Well, we talk about going to our website and checking that out. A lot of information there about all kinds of different things like the community and the crew, information about our, what our background is and that kind of thing. That includes Liz, by the way. She's a big part of our crew. And let's see, Plain Tales, Nick goes in there and puts a bunch of pictures and other additional information regarding the Plain Tales episodes, and lots more stuff there. And so again, that's airlinepilotguy.com, so check it out. And we're also on social media. And Steph always hates it when I say social medias, but that's
I don't hate it.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
I'm wondering what the kids are going to call it next. Usually.
I don't know.
So it's social media, social meds.
Kids. I don't know what the kids are going to do.
No, Liz, that's a different thing. We can't abbreviate it that far. Use your imagination, folks. Anyway, if you would like to catch us on the social meds or social medias, you can head to Twitter. We are at APG Crew. You can find our individual Twitter information pinned to the top of that page. You can also head over to Instagram. We're also APG Crew on Instagram. If Facebook's more your thing, facebook.com/airlinepilotguy. Community is on all three of those sites and hanging out and really fun to interact with, so we hope to see you there. If you want to take a deeper dive, I suggest Slack, and Hillel will tell us about that momentarily.
Yes, he will. Now, I don't know. We've been using the bathroom, and have you seen Hillel? Let's see. If I have a microphone. Don't ask me why.
Well,
okay,
I think we.
Let me see if.
Jeff, this is my private time.
Oh.
Would you let me finish a poo for once?
Sorry. I guess we'll have to.
Weird that he left the door open.
Yeah, he did. Okay. Well, when you get a chance, would you come over here and tell us about Slack? I'll tell you what. Can you do it from in there? Yeah. Okay, here we go.
APG listeners, please join us on our Slack team. Slack is a communication, coordination, and sharing platform that works on your mobile, laptop, or browser. On Slack, we share news and ideas, we suggest episode and plain tales topics, we plan events and meetups. To get into the Slack team, please email me at slack@airlinepilotguy.com. That's SLACK, Sierra Lima Alpha Charlie Kilo @airlinepilotguy.com. Or send me a tweet with your preferred email address to @Hillel, and I'll send you an invitation. That's Hillel, spelled Hotel India 11 Echo 1, and see you in Slack.
Thanks, Hillel.
Sorry, Jeff, I might have used all your skin lotion.
I hate it when he does that.
Wow. I guess I'm going to have to call downstairs and have them bring up some more skin lotion. Okay. Well, thanks, Hillel. And also, we'd like to say thank you so much to our producer-director, Liz Piper in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. I keep wanting to say California. She does so much stuff behind the scenes and helps during every day of the week between the shows. Thank you, Liz. I mean, I couldn't do it without you. Really couldn't. You're welcome.
Yay.
All right. And with that, wishing you clear skies, unlimited visibility, and tailwinds. Talons, Douglas.
Cheers, y'all.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's okay. I think the chat room left.
Yeah, is anybody there?
No, it was like 7 people.
Wow. Okay. So I guess we'll know in the future, don't do a hour-long segment at the end of the show. Or during the show at all. They're only here for the live. Yeah, oh well. Well, it is kind of getting a little late, I guess, here in the Eastern time zone. So if anybody's still there, you want to like raise your hand and say anything to us?
Yeah. Did something
Not
like
you.
happen
I know
to
you're
the...
here.
No, not me. I was saying yeah. That was for me.
Oh,
here.
Eddie, you.
Eddie. Yay.
Thank you.
Thank you
Eddie,
for sticking around.
staying there.
Mike
Oh,
Kuipers.
Mike Kuipers is
Yay.
here. Yay. Yeah, that's good.
We feel the same way. We're still here. Just kidding.
Well, hey, at least, I had heard that stuff that that guy and Rick were talking about for the last hour. And Liz, too.
It was good. It was nice to hear Rick's input on
Yeah.
a lot of those news items.
Yeah, me too. All right. Any suggestions for show titles, Mr. Mike Kuipers or Eddie U?
I think Liz and Rick and Nick already decided on the show
Yeah,
title.
they probably did. But I'm just trying to enter, like,
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Hey, what do you guys think about a show title?
there you go. We're not going to use it because I think we've already come up with something. But
Well, it could be supplanted.
just trying to be
It could
transparent. But
they
it
could
might
come up with something better.
might be something so awesome that we go, okay, whatever you've thought of, Liz and Nick, forget it. Forget about it. Nothing. Mike?
Nothing.
Okay. Thank you for your
First time
honesty,
watching
Mike.
live. Nothing. A lot of help, Mike
Okay.
Kuipers. A lot of
Yeah. No, he's always giving us
Yeah,
great
he does.
ideas,
He
so
does.
that's okay,
Just
Mike.
giving him
We're
a
going to
hard
let it
time.
go this time. Next time, though, So, anyway, always good to see you, Mike, and Eddie, you, and whoever else is here. Not many. And do I have the? Oh, I'm sorry, Eddie. Yeah.
Yep. Long suffering.
Yeah. It's a sad thing. It really is. No, I'm not going to do it. 'Cause if
Yeah,
I play
you'll
so
play that, and
sad,
then that whole 4
Google-
hours will have been for
Yeah.
nothing. Just know that it's a sad, sad situation.
It is a sad, sad situation. Just think Elton John. All right. Well, with that, we're going to go ahead and shut everything down. Thanks, Mike, for hanging out with us the entire time. Eddie, you're awesome.
High haul boxes. Where
High
you
haul
been?
boxes.
We're done.
He left during the, I guess, I don't know. Oh, he was never
he
there.
just showed up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's about time, I haul boxes. What the heck? Yeah, good night. We're going to say goodbye now. So you're going to have to watch the recording. Look, it's getting so dark in here. I can hardly see.
You can't see me. I've just become like...
But that's the video. Oh, you know what? I could probably adjust it, but that's okay. Never mind. It's too late now. Okay, so
It's really not that dark in here.
you can see in the mirror behind me.
Yeah, see, look, that's what it actually
that's the outside.
looks like in here.
Yeah, it's not really that dark, but it looks like it's dark.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, all right. Well, that's it. Good night, everybody.
Goodbye.